Hello and welcome into the 431st episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody tuning in on this beautiful evening, I really appreciate you so much for being here. Shout out to everybody who's watching live. For all of the VOD watchers who are not watching live, but rather watching after the fact, I really appreciate you so much for being here as well. Folks, if you've never been here before, well, you're in for a treat. I think that we have a lot of first-time viewers today. There's been a lot of videos about these streams blowing up on TikTok recently. Not really about the content or the debates or the news or like anything productive, but rather just people singing the We Are Charlie Kirk song. But regardless, it's definitely, directing a lot of new eyes to the show, which is awesome because we get to spread the good word a little bit further now. That's great. So, folks, if you're, like I said, if it's your first time tuning in, you're in for a treat. Here we debate Trump supporters for 4 hours a day, trying to change some minds and convince some more people of the very simple fact that Trump is the worst president in my life, your life, the life of everybody tuning in. Regardless if you're 8, 18, or 80, he fucking sucks. And every day he does something new to prove it. Frankly, he is so terrible now that being a Trump supporter is damn near a fringe view, even on the right. I've been really struggling recently to find Trump supporters to debate. And what I was telling the chat before we started today was that when it's no longer possible to find enough Trump supporters to fill a 4-hour live stream, we're actually just going to start inviting everybody on the right to kind of have conversations about mainstream political points of discourse, like abortion, economic policy, social concerns. And that'll be a lot of fun. Expect that soon. Expect that very soon. What's the news of the day? Congress has turned on Trump in a very, very shocking move. Last night, the House of Representatives passed a resolution to end his war in Iran. This vote included every Democrat in the House of Representatives and 4 Republicans. The 4 Republicans were Representative Thomas Massie, Brian Fitzpatrick from Pennsylvania, I believe, Tom Barrett from Michigan, and then Warren Davidson from Ohio. And this is unfortunately largely symbolic more than anything, because there's currently disputes of these resolutions carry any legal force of law to prevent continuation of the war. And we know specifically that the Trump administration has contested the War Times Power Act, the bill in which grants the ability to Congress to pass these resolutions, by calling it unconstitutional. So unfortunately, I don't think this means that we're going to be pulling out today. But what it does mean is that it seems to be the case that we, the people, including enough Republicans in Congress to pass a resolution in the war, are turning on Trump today. And this has followed a very long couple days, maybe close to a week now, of losses from Trump. Genuinely, it has been bad for Trump in the Oval. He has been embarrassing himself, losing a whole lot, had to take his name off the Kennedy Center, had all his singers bail on him for his quote-unquote birthday bash on July 14th, America 250. And I love that. I love that for him. I love that for us. I love that for the country. Another personal update that maybe I'd like to go over here real quick before we hop into the debates. I'm sure that some of you guys are familiar with the fact that some motherfucker spit on me. This happened at the airport a while ago. Well, it can only share a little bit publicly, but he hired a private defense attorney, and today I got a subpoena to show up issued by his attorney. So, oh my God, it looks like this may get a little bit more complicated than I once thought it was going to. But that's fine. Let's go ahead and hop into the debates with the Trump supporters. We have this first Trump supporter loaded in. Before we started the stream, I asked you for your general synopsis on why you're MAGA. If you want to go ahead and repeat that, I'd appreciate that. Why are you a Trump supporter?
Okay, well, I think the main reason I said was because abortion is way, way more restricted than before Trump was in office. And not only, he wasn't even in office, and he was the cause of Roe v. Wade getting overturned.
That's true. He was the cause of Roe v. Wade getting overturned. But this isn't a win. This is a loss. Not only is
it's a win for me.
It's a win for you. How so?
Because lives are being saved.
Okay, so you think it's wrong to get an abortion. Do you think that abortion should be banned even in circumstances of rape?
I'm a Christian. Yes.
Why?
You're gonna try to make me look bad. Okay, it's because
No, you're
I
going to make
already think
yourself look bad. You already have. I don't
I
understand
already
why people say I don't understand why people say that. Oh, Dean, you're going to try to make me look bad as if I'm responsible for your like
Yeah,
misinformed
you're right.
and
I
very
honestly don't care what
impactfully
these
harmful
fucking
beliefs.
chuds that support you think. They're all children, obviously. I mean, a lot of them are not. If they're giving you all this money, you make thousands of dollars a day. You need to be grateful, by the way. Anyways, yes, I think it's completely terrible to
Sir,
get an
you're
abortion.
wrong. I don't make thousands of dollars a day. I make millions.
You make around $4,000 a day.
No.
I stalk you. I've been
Try
stalking you for weeks.
$40,000, buddy.
I've been stalking you for weeks. You know I'm in there
no,
around
no,
right.
no, no. Try 4 million a day.
Dean Withers, you know I'm in or around right. I've been stalking you for
No,
weeks.
you're dead ass wrong. I make 40 bands a day, brother. Get your money up.
Okay,
Not
you're
your
making
funny
40
app.
bands. You're right.
That's right.
I do wish I was like
you know
you.
what?
I'll
Every
admit-
time I listen, let me tell you. Every time I breathe in, the DNC sends me another $50,000 paycheck. All
Why
right.
does dude? I debated fucking Parker, and he was saying the same shit. He said you made trillions of dollars today. What is this?
Oh shit. Yeah, he's making a little more than me. Fuck. I'll get there one day. We all gotta grind. Okay. We're all
Okay.
gonna get there one day.
You know, and I'll give the benefit of the doubt. I don't hate you because I think that's a bad word to use, but I very much do dislike your views and hate your views. Actually, I'm allowed to do that. Uh,
Doesn't like
But-
Jesus tell you to turn the other cheek or some shit like that? Have you ever? I think that's in Matthew.
Yeah, I'm turning the other cheek. Yeah, I did. I said I hate. Does God hate the sin, or does he get the sinner?
Well, I mean, I bet he hates some sinners. Like, I hope he hates Trump. But anyways, we still haven't heard from you why you think that abortion should be banned in circumstances of rape. Do you want to give the argument, buddy? Stop stalling,
Okay, because
kid.
it's still a human life. It doesn't matter how it was conceived.
Okay,
It's super
so-
fucking simple.
Okay, so what I'd argue here is even under the pro-life view, I think that you should make a rape exception because I can't, under any conceivable circumstances, reason why you think that that woman or girl who is raped and impregnated has an obligation to provide her bodily resources to the fetus, even if the fetus would die as a result of them not having access. I talk about this like nearly every abortion debate that I have with somebody because I think that it's a really good example to prove my point here. Do you know who Max Irby is?
No, I don't think so.
He's a 15-year-old boy. He's going to die if he doesn't get a stem cell transplant. But his stem cell type is very, very rare. So rare that his father set up a drive to collect DNA samples from anybody who's willing to give one to see if they're a stem cell match. And so far, they've collected over 40 million samples, and they haven't been able to identify one match. This means that there's probably no matches alive, and if there is, there's just one. And unfortunately, because of that, Max Irby is probably going to die. It's a really sad story. It's also a true story. If you want to send your DNA to be tested against Max's, look up his name. You could find his drive online. You should. It's a good thing to do. But anyways, let's assume that
you done
the
it,
government finds out you are the
Have you gave your
one.
DNA?
I unfortunately have not given my DNA, and I don't plan to, just because I'm really
Wow.
weird with my DNA. And anything that could be used to like identify me or be used against me.
And you're gonna blame
but
Trump for not wanting to
if-
give his DNA in
if
court
it-
against using
if-
care.
if it weren't for that, then I'd happily provide my DNA. And I think it's like fine for people to not want to like give out their DNA to others. But if you're fine with giving your DNA out to others, you should definitely give it to Max's drive to see if you're a match. Now I'm going to continue with the analogy now. So let's assume that the government finds out that you are a stem cell match for Max. Do you think it would be moral for the government to force you to be connected to Max over the course of 9 months to supply your stem cells to him in order to save his life? Keep it in mind here that if you are not connected to Max, you would die as a result.
Okay, yeah, I do think it would be immoral.
It would be immoral for the government to force you to provide your bodily resources to Max without your consent.
To not force you.
Okay, then you're not answering
Well,
the
no,
question that I
no,
asked you.
I would-
The
it's
question that I
immoral to
asked you
not
was,
help that
would it be
person.
immoral for the government to force you to give your stem cells to Max by being connected to him via a cord for 9 months without your will and against your consent?
Okay, yeah, but I think it would also be immoral to not do that because you're honestly just a sad piece of shit if you don't want to save a child's life.
Okay, so your answer is that, well, it would be immoral for the government to force you to do it. So ultimately, you do think it should be the choice of the individual, but on a personal level, you just disagree with that choice. So, sounds good. Well, what's the relevant difference between us agreeing that it would be immoral for the government to force you to provide your stem cells against your will and without your consent to Max Irby, because if you didn't provide your bodily resources to him, you'd die, and the government saying that we need to force pregnant victims of rape to provide their bodily resources to clumps of cells for 9 months, because if they don't provide their bodily resources, they die. If you think in one scenario as it relates to Max, that that you as a stem cell match should be well within your personal rights, liberties, and freedoms to make that choice in accordance with your own bodily autonomy, even if it means your choice may cause his death, then I think that we should say the same things about pregnant victims of rape.
Okay, just to clarify, I might have actually said this, but I meant to say it wouldn't be morally wrong for the government to force you to do that, but I don't think the government should do that. I don't think there should be a law where they force you to do that. But either way, that's irrelevant because if the human being is a match and they don't do that, yeah, you're just a piece of shit. And I think you would agree on that too, right? And okay, so
So
well, I already
as
know you agree. I
I
don't
mean,
need your answer.
like my personal thoughts on the morality of somebody refusing to connect to Max Irby to provide him their stem cells here is completely irrelevant and detached from the position that the government shouldn't be able to force them to provide their bodily resources to Max. So because you agree that the government shouldn't be able to force you to provide your bodily resources to Max, then the government shouldn't be able to force rape victims to provide their bodily resources to a fetus for 9 months against their will, meaning that we agree rape victims should have legal access to to lethal abortion.
No, I can't I can't agree on that.
So, what's the difference? Why do you think in one scenario that the government should be able to force a person to give up their bodily resources, yet in the other scenario, the government should not be able to force an individual to give up their bodily
okay,
resources?
maybe because I don't that's such a like a unique topic. I've never abortion is pretty common. Well, it's pretty well known. It's not something that what you're talking about. That's a once in a millennial. Obviously, that's something like I haven't even thought of before.
So you're
Other
saying
than
that
like
because rape is common, therefore rape
no
victims
no no
should have
no.
less rights than you if you were in a similar position to the rape victim? Because
Well,
that is essentially the only
you
difference.
strawman me.
The
I
only
said
difference is that in one
abortion's
scenario,
common. You strawman
okay,
me.
abortion specifically for rape victims, and in order for abortion for rape victims to be
That's not
common,
common.
then rape has to be common.
No, rape's not common. Well,
Oh, okay.
no,
So then
it's not.
abortions for rape victims aren't common. Right? Yeah, because
No,
you're on the right. You need to
they're
downplay
not.
rape. You need to ignore it. You need to say that all these women who say that they're raped are crazy liars. And you just believe that 2% of
Hold on.
individuals who've
Why
been
did
criminally
Asian
convicted and
Carol
sent to
accuse
jail.
21 men?
But
20 other men.
now that you've agreed that, I guess, now that you've told us that you don't think rape is common, which, by the way, I disagree with you. Sexual violence is common. Every woman and girl has a story to tell. Therefore, abortions for rape victims aren't common. Therefore, you can't say, well, because it's typical in one scenario but atypical in the other, that this means you could hold a different standard as it relates to the two instances. Because now you've conceded that, per your view, you think that it's atypical in both circumstances.
Okay. Well, maybe it is. Maybe I don't really like look up how many people get raped every year or
By the way,
whatever.
that should hopefully be completely irrelevant to the position, because all the relevant facts that we're evaluating here to determine that the government shouldn't be able to force people to provide their bodily resources to others against their will and without their consent is, well, do we think that the government is overstepping their power by infringing on somebody's bodily autonomy and dictating what they should have to do with their internal organs, right? And I don't think that the power that the government possesses to overstep that boundary of bodily autonomy in this circumstance is going to change dependent on how common the instance is. Like, I don't really care if there's been one woman who's raped and impregnated or 5 million women who were raped and impregnated. If there's ever a circumstance of a woman or girl being raped and impregnated, she should absolutely have legal access to abortion for the same reason why you agreed in that hypothetical about Max Irby. The government should not be able to force you to provide your stem cells to Max Irby against your will and without your consent.
Okay, to be honest, I I'd probably I don't know. For now, I don't want to go back on my views, so I am gonna keep saying that the government shouldn't do that. but it's still iffy because that's just a weird, unique,
Okay, so then you
very
concede here. You have
what?
I've now been able to reasonably
Hold
argue
on,
into holding to the conclusion
Dean.
that rape victims should be able to get legal access to abortion, right?
No, because what I was gonna say is, you mean you have different worldviews. I already think abortion's wrong. No grape, like they consent, and they say they wanted to have the baby, and they end up aborting it because they changed their mind. I think that's wrong.
Okay, we're
You
not making
think it's
any progress
fine
here. We're not making any progress here. So tell me,
because
why
your
does a victim of
child.
rape have an
Hold on,
obligation to provide their bodily resources to the fetus for 9 months against their will?
because it's a living human being at
Is
risk.
is Max a living human being?
Yes,
Is his life at risk, i.e., if you don't give him your stem cells, he'll die?
it is.
Okay, so then you think that you should have an obligation to provide your stem cells to Max Irby, and the government should be able to force you to do that too, right? Oh wait,
I
no,
think
you already
the
told
mother
us
should do it.
otherwise.
Your
So,
mother should be
in other
forced to.
words, the reasons why you think that victims of rape have an obligation to provide their bodily resources against their will without their consent to the fetus for 9 months has nothing to do with the fact that the fetus is a quote unquote living human being whose life is at risk. So try again. Why
If
do
the
you
mother or
think that
father,
victims of rape have an obligation to provide their bodily resources to the fetus for 9 months against their will?
again, I've already. If it's all right, so I'll say at least if it's just the mother or father, yes, they 100% should be forced to. That's their responsibility when they bring that child into this earth and conceive the child. That's my definition of bringing it into the earth, but that's irrelevant. Obviously, we're not going to agree on the core, so we can honestly.
No, I want you to answer the question genuinely. What obligation does a pregnant victim of rape have to provide their bodily resources against their will without their consent to a fetus for 9 months? Why do they have that obligation?
Because there's a human life at risk. Again, I'm not. It's not going to get much
Going
deeper than
in
that.
a circle. Listen very
I
closely
know.
to the
And the
next
human
words.
being has a
I want
soul,
you
and
to
it's gonna.
listen to what I'm saying. I don't want you to focus on what you're
We're
going
not
to say
going to get any
next.
further. That's all
I
I
don't
think
want you
about
to
it.
focus on what you're going to say next. And I don't want you to close your ears wholeheartedly by saying we're not going any further. I want you to listen to what I'm saying. Okay, are you ready? Are
Yes,
you ready?
dude.
Do you remember when I walked you through that hypothetical about Max Irby, the guy who needs
Yes.
a stem cell transplant, and you told me that if you were the only match alive, you don't think that you would
Oh,
have
if
this
I was the
obligation?
match. Oh, okay.
Oh my
I
god.
thought you were talking about anyone else in general. If me personally,
Oh my god.
the government
You are
wouldn't need to force me.
you are
I would do it
interrupting me.
myself. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll give you a rose.
This is insanity. All right. So let's start from the top. You're telling me that you think pregnant victims of rape have an obligation to provide their bodily resources to the fetus for 9 months against their will and consent because a fetus is a human being who's alive with their life at risk. And that's why the government should be able to force them to provide their bodily resources to the fetus. Do you remember when you told me that you do not think it would be right for the government to force anybody to provide their stem cells, okay, against their will and without their consent to Max Irby?
Okay, I think
I just want a yes or no. Do you remember when you told me that?
yes, yes, yes.
Okay, can we agree that Max Irby is a living human being whose life is at risk?
Yes, and honestly, I can't because
Okay,
like I
stop
just
there.
I
Because we just agreed that the same reasons that you granted to me insofar is why you think it is a good thing for the government to force pregnant victims of rape to provide their bodily resources to the fetus also applies to Max Irby. But then
yeah, I
all of a
think I'm
sudden
gonna
it
have to
becomes a
agree
bad
that
thing
the government
for the
should
government.
force you. Because I honestly just can't stand the fact that we're sacrificing humans. I can't. That's disgusting to me.
Okay. So you think that, like, for instance, if you had a girlfriend, which you obviously don't because you're an incel.
I don't.
Oh, right.
Yes,
I know. Don't worry.
I'm a
And
Christian. I don't want one.
and we figure out that she is the only living stem cell match for Max Irby. All right. And then she says, like, no, I don't want to have to provide my stem cells to Max because I'm about to start college. I'm about to start this new job so I could move out of my parents' household because my parents are really abusive towards me and CPS doesn't do anything. But if I'm connected to Max for 9 months to provide him my stem cells, well, then all of a sudden I won't be able to work and I won't be able to go to school. So I'm going to set my life back a year and I'm going to have to continue living under like the roof of my abusive parents. You think that the government should be able to force your girlfriend against her will and consent to provide her stem cells to Max?
Yes, you hold on, and let me continue because there's a literal living child. This one you could agree it's not even you dehumanize fetuses. You can't dehumanize a sentient being that like you can't do that. That's just if you do that, I would never. And there's a couple more things I want to do, but okay. So yeah, I think
Wow.
I
Okay,
would.
so you just think that we all have an obligation that should be enforced by the state to save as many lives as possible. So how much
Yes,
money?
yes,
How much
Dean.
money do you have in your bank account?
That's irrelevant, but none.
None. You don't have anything.
No, Dean.
How do you buy food?
That's why does that matter?
I think because it's relevant to the debate. Like, do you have like how
How's
do you
that?
buy?
No, no. How is
I
that
mean,
relevant?
do
to
you
the
use your
debate?
parents' money or do you like put it on a credit
Yes.
card?
Jesus Christ! Are you just gonna like try to make fun of me?
Wait. You said that you're over 18, right?
I am 18.
Perfect.
Yes.
All right, you are 18. Perfect. So, because you don't have any money and you don't have a job, do you agree that if your parents stopped giving you their money, then you would die from starvation?
I know I could probably go to a food pantry.
Well, let's just assume that you couldn't because the Republicans shut them all down. And in that circumstance,
I
do
could
you
go to
think
a
that your-
church.
in that circumstance, do
give
you
me
think that
food.
your parents would have an obligation to let you live in their basement and to make you food and bring it to the door and plug their nose because you smell like shit because you haven't showered in
Stop.
6 weeks until the day you die?
I showered
And they should have this
yesterday.
obligation as enforced by the government until you die from old age because if they weren't going to do this for you, then you die.
This is a horrible hypothetical. That's Dean. You thought you were gonna eat like no. I could go to a church and they would feed me.
Okay. That actually wasn't a horrible hypothetical, but I was kind of being a
That
jackass.
was. That's an
Listen. The point.
unrealistic
Listen.
hypothetical.
The point is now that we're operating off of your principle that we all have an obligation that ought be enforced by the government to save as many human lives as possible with the
Yes.
disposal of
Yes.
all of our means, including our internal organs. Okay, right? You have an obligation to turn around, go to a doctor, and elect to willfully donate one of your kidneys to the organ transplant list, given that you know that would save at least one person across the world in the next 2 weeks. Do you accept that given you know if you were to
I think-
willfully
hold
and
on.
electively donate one of your 2 kidneys, that it would save a person in the next 2 weeks? Do you think that the government should be able to force you to go to the hospital right now and allow them to
No, no, no.
harvest one of your kidneys?
Your body is God's temple. God tells you to not do anything like that. Well, he
Oh,
didn't,
okay.
obviously.
Oh, okay. But a uterus isn't a part of a woman's body?
Well, it's not like she's removing your uterus. God tells you what the fuck.
Oh,
Are you
oh,
gonna
wait.
s-
But in the circumstance, specifically of the Max Irby stem cell transplant, they are removing stem cells, and as it
What is a
relates
stem
to
cell?
not
Isn't that
removing
just-
their uterus, okay, well, this does cause a lot of bodily damage and harm. So what it seems to be the case is you think that women have an obligation to do whatever they can to save as many human lives as possible, regardless of the context, regardless of the risk, and regardless of the cost. But then as soon as we apply that logic to you, then all of a sudden that obligation disappears.
Well, no one should be able to should be forced to remove a organ. Remove a organ.
Well, what's the relevant difference between the government forcing you to remove an organ given that you stay alive and
Is a
forcing
stem
a
cell
rape
an organ?
and forcing a rape victim to maintain pregnancy against their will and consent for 9 months, face the physical and mental pain, stressors, and traumas onset by it, and then give birth to a child and face potential death or fissures between their vagina and anus? If anything, I'd actually say that it's more painful, more impactful, and more traumatic for a girl that was raped to maintain pregnancy for 9 months and give birth than it would be for you to donate a kidney.
Hold on. What is a stem cell? I thought a stem cell was just like literally like a cell. Is it like an organ?
Respond to what I just said. Wholly irrelevant question.
Hold on. Well, no. If a stem cell
No,
is an organ, I don't
hold
believe
on.
you should
No,
be
no.
forced
I want
to
you
do
to respond to what I just said insofar as how
more-
pregnancy and childbirth for a rape victim, it seems to be significantly more costly, painful, traumatic, and long-lasting than you being forced into giving up one of your 2 kidneys?
Because your body is God's temple, and something like removing one of your organs is not very good. And something like giving birth, I think that was
So
kind
do
of
you?
God's
So do you
intention when He
accept?
created us, Dean Withers.
Wait. So God's intention when He created us was for 9-year-old girls to be raped and
Jesus.
impregnated?
Dude, are you gonna strawman me one more fucking time?
That's not a straw man. We're talking about victims of rape getting pregnant and you thinking that they should be denied access to abortion. I've given you countless scenarios, analogy after analogy, where we apply your logic to something which would personally impact you. And now you're telling me, well, ultimately the difference between why I don't think I should have an obligation to give up my body to save the life of another person, but a victim of rape would, is because, well, me giving up a part of my body to save another person is not God's intention. Therefore, you think, right, that God's intention is for 9-year-old girls to be raped and impregnated, or else it is neither God's intention for a 9-year-old girl to give up her body for a fetus, in the same way it wasn't God's intention for you to give up your kidney to the organ donor transplant list.
Yeah, I don't think you got to remove your organs now. But okay.
Was it God's intention for 9-year-old girls to be raped and impregnated?
No, it actually wasn't.
Okay, so then you don't think that 9-year-old girls who are raped and impregnated should have to provide their bodily resources to the fetus?
Parker is so much smarter than you, bro. You're just a child.
Holy straw man. You're calling me a child because you're losing the debate. Go ahead and respond to the fact that you told me that you don't think the government should be able to force you to give up one of your kidneys to save the life of another person because, quote unquote, it's not God's intention. Meanwhile, you also agree that it's not God's intention for rape victims to be impregnated. Therefore, because it's not God's intention for rape victims to be impregnated, rape victims who are impregnated don't have to give up their body, i.e. their uterus and their bodily resources, to sustain the life of the fetus, and they should be able to elect to get an abortion. So not only do you think it should be legal, but you also think that it would be moral.
Okay. Let me say this, don't cut me off. I do not think God intended for any bad things to happen. Any sin, okay? We can go with the Adam and Eve story. Simple as that. If you were Parker, you would understand that. Like, that simply. You're so uneducated on this. It's sad. And you're like a millionaire, so it's kind of sad you're just this.
Dude's getting rolled in the debate, so he's just getting emotional.
No,
Listen,
let
buddy.
me continue.
You're jester maxing to
Oh my
hell and
God.
back. All right?
just
Just
wanted to-
calm down. Calm down.
okay,
You're jester
okay.
maxing. You're making a fool of yourself.
Let me
Just
finish.
Just respond to the argument.
Okay, yes. So God did not intend for the 9-year-old to get raped, but he did. He also didn't intend for the fetus's life to be taken.
Okay, perfect. So then in the analogy about
And
you
I'll
having
even
to
say, I don't
give up one
wanna
of your
give-
kidneys to the organ transplant list, well, although God didn't intend for you to give up your kidney to somebody, they also didn't intend for that person who needs the kidney to have their life ended because you don't want to give them your kidney. So therefore, you have an obligation to provide them your kidney.
Hold on, wait. Say that again really quick. I'm sorry.
Well, you're saying
little
that
bit
God didn't
slower.
intend for girls to be raped, but he also didn't intend for rape girls to get abortions and kill fetuses by cutting off the supply of progesterone through the umbilical cord. Well, very similarly, we just say, as you pointed out, God didn't intend for you to be forced into providing your kidney to somebody that needs it against your will, but he also didn't intend for that person who needs it to die because you didn't want to give it to them. So if you want to say that rape victims should have an obligation to like maintain pregnancy and provide their bodily resources to the fetus without their consent, well, guess what? You have an obligation to provide your kidney to anybody who needs it without your consent.
Well, no, I think death, if it's not murder or suicide, is natural, and it's something God basically intended. He didn't intend for us to live forever, but he also didn't intend for us to fucking kill each other.
Okay. Well, then I guess fetuses dying because rape victims don't want to supply them progesterone through the umbilical cord and don't want to provide them domicile in their uterus is just a natural death by kicking them out, by refusing them access to their bodily resources. It's not murder. It's just a natural death.
Ripping a baby limb from limb is natural?
That's not what an abortion pill does. It just cuts off the supply of progesterone and essentially starves the fetus to death because they no longer have access to the bodily resources that they need to live. So, like, it seems to be the case that although you might disagree with, like, late-term abortion mechanisms of, like, tearing the limb from limb and directly killing the fetus, you do agree with indirectly killing the fetus by denying it access to the woman's bodily...
Stucking it into a fucking tube
bodily
like it's not
resources with the abortion pill.
You're not gonna be able to fucking, like, you already understand my stance. You're just gonna try to, like...
You're not listening to... Could you repeat the last thing I said?
Something about a pill.
Oh, yeah. So you clearly weren't listening close enough. You're saying the difference between you not supplying your kidney to somebody that needs it and a victim of rape getting an abortion is that by you not supplying your kidney to somebody that needs it, you're indirectly killing them and they're dying a natural death. Well, we'd say the same thing for abortions that are done through the abortion pill, because the abortion pill does not directly kill fetuses by ripping them apart limb from limb and then vacuuming them out of a woman or girl's uterus, but it rather indirectly kills them by denying them access to the bodily resources through the umbilical cord, leading to them apparently dying a quote-unquote natural death, the same as the person who needs your kidney. Right? A victim of rape has just as much of an obligation to provide a fetus their bodily resources as you and me have an obligation to provide one of our two kidneys to somebody in need.
You should do everything you can in your power to save someone's life.
Which would, oh my God, holy shit, you're a jester for the millionth time, include you giving somebody your kidney.
Without ripping your organs out. So
you're just making an exception for your kidneys, right? But once again, earlier I asked you why you're making an exception for your kidneys, and you're saying because God didn't intend for you to do that. But you also agreed that God didn't intend for raped 9-year-old girls to provide their bodily resources and domicile in their uterus to a fetus. This is a circular argument with no end in sight because you cannot see the own faults in your logic. Okay, you were arguing that everybody has this obscene obligation to save the lives of other humans, but as soon as it's you and your kidney, you don't have that obligation because you say, but without ripping your organs out. And the explanation is because that was not God's intention. But you agreed.
Your body is God's temple. That's his. That's not.
And yeah, we shouldn't be defiling the quote unquote temple of 9-year-old girls with forced pregnancies, you idiot. You already agreed that the reason why you wouldn't have an obligation to provide your kidney is because that wasn't God's intention, but then you agreed that it also wasn't God's intention for 9-year-old girls to get raped and impregnated.
God, okay. Dean, I want you to know there is a God, and his name is Jesus Christ of Nazareth, or Yeshua. And one day, I know you're going to come to your senses, I promise you. You're already agnostic, I'm pretty sure.
Holy Cope, this is the Cope card. Cope Maxine, you're just
I just wanted to let you know.
This is what happens.
Thank you for the
galaxy. This is what happens when like fake Christians lose debates. So when a fake Christian loses a debate, I'm a real Christian, says the man arguing that 9-year-old girls should forcefully experience torture because apparently God said so. But this is like Cope Maxine that a lot of fake Christians do when they lose a debate. Dude gets absolutely rolled on his logic why he thinks that little 9-year-old girls should be forced to maintain pregnancy for 9 months after they were raped. And then once he loses the debate because I'm able to successfully point out the flaws in his logic, well, he just goes, Dean, I hope you turn to God one day. I'm like no longer going to engage in this back and forth because clearly I'm losing the debate and you're making me look terrible and you're exposing the fact that I have no logic to underpin my position. So I don't know, just like turn to God one day. It's pretty embarrassing.
Thank you for the hearts. Thank you for that big heart. Thank you. Okay, so let's continue the debate. I'm not trying to concede. I just wanted to tell you that there is a God and his name is Jesus. Because I really want you to know, Dean. I swear, like every time I come up here, do you
have a counter argument?
Okay, yes. I've been giving you like my premise, and you're like I've been telling you the reason I don't think you should give your organs and rip them out is because your body is God's temple, and your body is God's temple. And the same fact, whenever someone fucking rapes you, that's disgusting because God did not want that to happen. And God wanted humans to be born, didn't he, Dean? Because that's like kind of the whole fucking point of life, people being born.
Okay, well, I think that fetuses defile the temple of 9-year-old girls after they're raped and impregnated.
What? No, don't fucking... No. Say that again?
So you don't think that the bodies of raped kids are defiled when they become pregnant and are forced to give birth?
But is the fetus doing that?
Yes.
No, it's the fucking piece of shit human being who did that.
Okay, so just to clarify, you think that the rapist just comes back every night for the next 9 months and like defiles their body? No, it is both the rapist and the pregnancy in of itself, right? Like it is true to argue that the rapist is responsible for the defilement of the pregnancy because the rapist is the person who caused the pregnancy. 110%. You're not wrong there. Okay, but once again, it is the pregnancy in which is doing the defilement. Right? So, I mean, if our bodies are like God's temple and they're not supposed to be defiled, and this is why you don't have an obligation to provide your kidney to somebody that needs one, well, this is also why raped children don't have an obligation to provide their body to somebody that needs them, like a fetus, because it defiles the body. It absolutely does. And if you want to deny that pregnancy defiles the bodies of children, shut up. If you want to deny that pregnancy defiles the bodies of children, well, then you're just like an evil maniac with like no true grounding in reality.
Look, I don't like genuinely want to concede, but I don't want to be on this all day, and you're very, very persistent. And Dean, do you think you've ever lost a debate? I wanted to know. Do you
I
ever
don't
think
answer irrelevant questions. Do you have a
Okay.
counter argument to the position I just granted?
No, I can see it on the grape. I think if you get grapes,
Oh
you
yeah,
should
but
not
I just
be
want to
forced.
clarify. You said that you wanted to concede so we could like move the debate along. Well, this means that you do have a counter argument. You're just opting to not share it with me, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So then opt to share it with me. What's the
I don't
counter
wanna.
argument? Why don't you want to give the counter
Because
argument?
you're so persistent, Dean. I don't think
What
you
about my
actually think you've
persistence?
lost a
What
debate
about what about my persistence is like,
Like when you said
inclining you to
you
like
laughed at
refuse to give a
Santana
counter
saying
argument to
Charlie
the
Kirk was in
position?
hell? You're just
Well,
deranged, Dean.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I think it was funny when Charlie Kirk, when Santana made a joke about Charlie Kirk being in hell, because it's true that if hell exists, it's where Charlie Kirk is. But just to clarify, can you please
my God.
explain why my persistence is like
You
leading
gotta
you
repent, Dean.
to not want to give a
No,
counter
Dean, you must
argument
repent.
to the position?
You're gonna repent, and then you're gonna say,
Okay,
Jesus
so this
Christ,
is
I'm sorry,
this is
and then
where
I
we
will
start
answer.
spamming repent. Is this where the debate ends? So once again,
No,
this is the
you're gonna-
Kotmax card that fake Christians pull all the time. As soon as they lose the debate, just start like screaming about Jesus and repentance.
Okay, my
And by the way,
counter-argument-
you guys are terrible for the
God.
Christian faith in the Christian church on earth.
To the
This is
12,000
why
people, I
so
want
many
everyone to
people
come to
are
Jesus,
turning.
okay?
Well, this is what is turning people away from Jesus. When you say, in God's name, we should force children to be tortured. In God's name,
No, okay, no,
we
I
should
don't think
force
children should
the
be
tyranny
pregnant.
and the physical mutilation of a rape to extend for another 9 months plus
I wanna
childbirth. In
concede.
God's name,
Dean, I
okay,
concede.
I think that 9-year-old
Dean,
girls have
Dean
more of an
Withers, thank you for
obligation
the roses
to
and
keep
hearts.
people alive. I'm going to kick you if you don't stop interrupting me because
I'm
I
sorry.
lost my ability to mute you. Right? So now it's like the only option left is to kick you. You could give me the ability to mute you back by muting and unmuting yourself, which may like extend the time that you're on the live, because the next time I want to mute you, I'll just kick you instead.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, perfect. You fixed the mute. So now I have the ability to mute you again. I hate that TikTok glitch, right? But I just want to clarify, like, once again, that this argument is why so many people are turning away from the Christian church, right? Because we have people like you and people like Trump who, in God's name, thinks that children should be tortured. People like you and people like Trump who think, in God's name, Muslims should be banned from entering into America. People like you and people like Trump who, in God's name, think that we should start a war that killed 160 girls in an elementary school, costing us $1 billion a day, that we're fighting in the name of a genocidal, ethnic, expansionist, terroristic state like Israel. You know, in God's name, we need to roll back healthcare for 10 million people when we already have 51,000 low-income individuals that die every single year because of lack of access to healthcare. And you know what? That actually leads me to an interesting point. How can you sit here and say that humans have this extraordinary obligation to save the lives of other humans to the point where you previously thought that we should, or actually still do think, that 9-year-old girls should be forced to provide their uterus to fetus for 9 months? But then you just completely ignore Donald Trump rolling back Medicaid for 10 million low-income Americans when we know with certainty that this will only cause more low-income Americans to die. Wouldn't you argue here that Donald Trump would have an obligation to continue to provide that healthcare to those 10 million low-income Americans? And every American that dies because of his rollbacks is ultimately blood that is on his hands?
No,
Why?
but I don't think it's on his hands. But does that mean I think he's quote unquote like innocent for doing that or right for doing that? Or I mean,
Why would that blood
wrong
not
for
be on
doing
his hands? Why doesn't he possess the same extraordinary obligation that
That's
you think
on-
9-year-old
hold on,
girls
that'd be
do
on-
to keep
that'd-
other humans alive?
That'd be on, and I don't mean this in a bad way. I know God knows that. Okay, I think that's on God's hand because it's again natural way of death. Like whether it's fucking starvation or you die of cancer and you can't get your Medicaid, that's a natural cause of death. And yes, I do think that we should do everything we can except for giving your organs out and ripping them out of your body. And maybe the stem cell, because I don't even exactly know what a stem cell is anymore. I thought it was something else, but maybe not. Okay, so
So you're just saying that our government
Trump's
has a
wrong for
complete and
that.
full ability to deny healthcare to people, knowing that if we don't provide healthcare to them, they'll die because they quote unquote
they-
died naturally. So just to clarify, if there's a doctor in the ER and there's a black man that is rushed into the ER, and if he
Nope,
doesn't
that's-
have
okay, you're
emergency
right.
surgery performed on him at once, he'll die.
You're right. I
But then
think
the
we should
doctor,
be
because
forced-
he's a white supremacist Nazi, refuses to perform the surgery on the black man because he wants the black man to die. What you'd say here is that that doctor did nothing wrong, and ultimately the blood of that black man is not on that doctor's hands because that black man, quote unquote, died a natural death, right? Just to
No,
just to clarify, that's
I-
your position?
No, I didn't realize. I realize it now, and I take that back. I think we should be. I think Medicare. I think healthcare should definitely not be taken away like that.
Okay, so then you do agree that Trump has like the blood of like thousands of people on his hands.
I mean, he's fighting Iran. Yeah, so
Okay, so you think that like Trump is essentially equivalent to a woman who's like murdered like 50,000 babies
what? Yes.
through abortion. Okay, so would you ever make like a woman who's gotten like 50,000 abortions president?
Okay. Well, maybe that's a little bit different, to be honest.
Well, you just
But
said
I
it was
think either
equivalent less than
way-
30 seconds ago.
Either way, schmurder. It depends. Well,
So could you just answer the question? Would you ever make a woman who's gotten 50,000 abortions? Okay, keep in mind, you think those are murder.
yes, I would.
You would. Okay.
You don't have anything wrong with that.
So
dude, 'cause you're fucking pro-choice.
you'd
You
make
can't-
somebody,
you
yeah,
can't
of course, because
refute
I don't
that.
think it's murder. So I just want to clarify that you'd make somebody who you think has murdered 50,000 people president. So you definitely make Jeffrey Dahmer president then, right? Because he's only
No.
murdered like what, like 25? Wait,
He's a racist.
really?
He's a racist and he's gay. It's a sin.
Okay, so you think that being a gay man is worse than being a genocider?
I think being racist, gay, and a cannibal is worse than being a genocider, whatever the word is.
This guy's so fucking delusional. This
You
guy's
think
actually
Trump's
like
worse than
insanely.
Jeffrey Dahmer?
This guy's like
You
actually
fucking-
insanely
You're deranged. You think
delusional.
Trump's worse than Jeffrey Dahmer?
This guy's like unironically fucking delusional. I think that being gay is worse than killing and murdering 50,000. Okay.
I said
So you said that
cannibalism.
being gay is a sin, right?
Yeah.
So where in the Bible does it say that?
Okay, Romans chapter 1, verse 26. It was not mistranslated, I promise you. Gay sex specifically.
Oh, wait, I didn't ask you about gay sex though. We could have a conversation about
That's
gay
what I
sex
equivalent
as soon
to
as we're
being
done
gay.
having a conversation. Wait, so
That's
you
what
think
I
that
think being gay is.
being gay
My-
is gay sex?
In my like obviously non like
Can I just get a yes or a no, you fool?
yes.
Okay, so do you think that being straight is straight sex?
Yes.
Okay, so you think that being straight is an action?
And yes.
Okay, so when did you become straight?
Uh
Oh wait, you're not married,
Um,
so you've never had sex if you're a good Christian, right? So I just want to
I'm a-
clarify, you're not straight?
yeah, you could say I'm like asexual or
Okay, so you're not straight.
yeah, you could say I'm asexual, yes.
Okay, so have you ever heard LGBTQ plus IA? Do you know what the A in there stands for? Asexual. So you're a member of the LGBTQ plus community?
No, I'm a
Wait, but the
I'm just
A in
a-
the
no, I'm
LGBTQ
just
plus
a-
IA stands for asexual. So
I'm
you
not-
are a member
no.
of the LGBTQ plus. Happy Pride, dude.
I'm not asexual, I'm just incel. That's it. Not
Well,
part of the LGBTQ.
Okay, so incel is not a sexual orientation. That just means that you're involuntarily celibate. Do you think that celibacy is a sexual orientation?
Oh,
No.
no, but I'm voluntary. Okay, so I'm a voluntary celibate. That's what I meant.
Okay,
I
but
thought-
celibacy is not a sexual orientation. Sexual orientations are things like straight, meaning that you're attracted to members of the opposite gender or sex. Gay, meaning that if you're a man, you're attracted to other men. Lesbian, if you're a woman, you're attracted to other women. Bi, you're attracted to men and women. Pan, you're attracted to people regardless of their gender identity.
Fuck it,
like
I'm
so on
part of
and
the
so forth.
LGBTQI.
Okay,
fuck
so you're so happy Pride, dude.
Thank you. Happy
Yeah,
Pride
get,
Month.
get fucking rolled. Holy shit. I'm sorry, I'm done with that guy. We're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside that queue. If you that's crazy. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, that's actually crazy, dude. Dude, what's going on? What's happening? What's happening? We're going to, dude, what a crazy way to end the debate. We're going to get that next guest connected to the, dude, he went from saying that he wouldn't make a gay man president to saying that he's a member of the LGBTQ plus community and happy pride. Wild ride we all just went on there. We're going to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. I have quite a few people to thank on Venmo, PayPal, and Super Chat. You guys have been very kind. I was just extraordinarily locked in on that last guess. Lap, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. Who says, Dean gives me hope. That's a huge statement. Hope is everything, isn't it? Thank you, Dean, for carrying the burden every person gave you give sunshine to every day. Well, listen, Lap, I'm happy that I give you hope. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you for being here, and I really do hope that you have that you enjoy the rest of the stream and have a good rest of your day. Genuinely, thank you, Lap. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Get out of here. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you are a Trump supporter. Yo, Jose, thank you for the $48 dono on Super Chat. I appreciate you, man. You're awesome. I appreciate you so much, Jose. You're always hanging out with us in here. Know that I appreciate it. I want to see 500 Jose W's down below. Jose with a $48 says, for Dean, this caller defiles my ears with his words. What normal human would force a child to take a pregnancy to term? Fake Christian heretic, fight on, Dean. Exactly, bro. He was saying that shit in the name of Jesus. Like, that is so bad for the Christian church on earth. I hate it. What a fake Christian. Thank you for the $48. You were awesome, man. Hey, welcome in, Hot Logan 101101. Do you support Trump? Hot Logan 101101.
Definitely support Trump.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 20, man.
All right, sounds good. Hot Logan 101101. Let me thank a couple people, Logan, and then I'll pass you that mic. African. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the $200 super chat. Oh my God. That is wild. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. That is genuinely nuts. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Genuinely, that is so incredibly kind of you. I'm so very grateful for you. Please show some love to African in that chat. Let's get 2,000 African W's. Genuinely insane. Holy shit. African with the $200, I think, was mocking the last guest. They say, quote unquote, me like Trump, me no why. Dean no like Trump. Me prove Dean Trump good. Dean mean to Trump. Me proved Dean wrong. Me have no evidence. Me ask Dean to prove him wrong for me. Dean no help me. Dean evil. Biden evil. Make America great again. Rock emoji. Stick emoji. 2 brain emojis. Stick emoji. Rock emoji. You're funny as hell. Thanks for giving me a laugh. And thank you so much for the $200 dono. That's genuinely insane. Genuinely insane. I'm going to thank a couple more people over on Venmo real quick. Then we'll pass the mic to Logan. I'm just going to thank a handful of people for now, and we'll break it up in chunks. You guys have been so kind to me today. I've only been live for an hour. I'm genuinely so grateful. Hassan, thank you for the $10. He says you're too smart for your age. Keep it up, buddy. I appreciate you so much, Hassan. Thank you. Joseph, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for that love, man. And dude, I'm actually going to shoot you a follow back, and I'll shoot you a message about that. I'll let you know after the stream today, dude. Jesse, thank you for the $20. Who says, Dean, there's almost no MAGA left that have any brain cells worth saving. Please host a live where fans can come up and ask questions and have discussions with you. I know that Parker does a Q&A at the end of his stream quite often. I was thinking about doing something similar, but by the end of my streams, I'm so tired. So maybe we'll have to just root out a day specifically for that at the beginning. Kelvin, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. And that's a very kind offer of you, man. Joy, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much. Joy, show some love to Joy. I did see that, Joy. Margaret, thank you for the $25. She says, thank you for Margaret. Margaret, you know I love you. Thank you so much for the $25. And it's so good to see you today. Let's get 250 Margaret W's. That is so kind of you. And Mary, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. You guys are being so kind today. Genuinely, what the fuck is going on? 500 Mary W's. Mary with a 50 says, the patience that you have is worth more than I could give you. Thank you so much for trying to change the minds of these MAGAs. I'm trying my best, Mary. They're a little bit hard to reach. Thank you so much for the love. Genuinely, that is beyond kind of you. And I'm so very grateful for you. Same thing to you, Fasi. Thank you so much for the $11. And I do hope that we can end the illegal war, as you pointed out in that message. I appreciate you for the $11, dude. Same thing to you, Paul. Thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you for the food for thought, Paul. Jordan, Jordan, thank you for the $10, who says, often during difficult pregnancies, it can leave the woman infertile. So does MAGA prefer one and done or the possibility of more kids? Well, I appreciate you for the $10 and the good thought, Jordan. Mary with the $10. I appreciate you so much, Mary. I thank you. That's a funny story, Mary. Samantha, thank you for the $20, who says, as a former representative, I think that many of the younger reps that join are the only way because they are parroting family beliefs and haven't thought to fact check. Oh, not representative, Republican. So true. I hear it in how they respond. No, I agree. A lot of the younger Republicans that do join are just simply parroting what their parents told them to believe. We're going to go and thank one last person on Venmo for now, then pass the mic to the guests. Holy fuck, Jonah, Jona. Thank you so very much for the $100 donation on Venmo. I want to see 1,000 W's for Jonah down below in that comment section. Thank you so fucking much for the love. That is genuinely insane. I don't deserve a penny of that. What is going on today? Jonah with $100 says, you handled that guy so well. Happy Pride. Happy Pride, Jonah. Thank you for the $100. And shout out to all the LGBTQ plus folks tuning into the live stream. I appreciate you for the very kind words and the very, very kind donation. Logan, thanks for your patience, man. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
I don't really fully like die hard, but I take some of his things that he says very seriously. Like abortion shouldn't be a thing, honestly. You're comparing an organ to a child is two different things. An organ's not a living thing. A baby or an infant or whatever you want to say, a fetus you guys say, is nothing in comparison to an organ or a kidney. I mean, if you were to look at it, I mean, why would the infant or the fetus have to take the blame for the rapist? I mean, that's criminal, man. I mean, it would be like if...
Holy shit. We're just going to run through this real quick. So the argument is not that the fetus is responsible for the pregnancy, okay? Fetus isn't a person.
Okay.
It's like, how could a clump of cells be responsible for anything? Responsibility is a concept that we apply to like free agents with a will, all right? But okay, regardless of that like shitty claim, no, the reason, oh my God, why we'd say that rape victims should be able to access abortion is because they don't have an obligation to provide their bodily resources without their consent to the fetus.
What do you mean by that? You're saying that if
do you know what an obligation
is
is?
in the belly, you're saying that they shouldn't be obligated to give birth to that child?
Right. Do you know what an obligation is?
Obligation is something you have to do, right? Like it's
like something that you owe unto society, something that you owe unto others, another person. It's an entitlement that other person has to you or something from you.
That's your child, either way.
Right. So you're saying that because there's a biological relation between the pregnant rape victim and the fetus, that therefore they have an obligation to care for their needs?
I mean, if I was, no matter what, if I was a woman, I'm not even gonna be honest. I mean, I'm not gonna be like not.
I want you to answer my question, please.
What was your question again, please?
So you said, well, the reason why the rape victim has an obligation to keep the fetus alive is because the fetus is their biological child, right?
Yes, it is your child.
Yeah, I don't think that biological parents or even parents have an obligation to provide extraordinary care to their children. Okay, like for instance, if
you don't think my parents should be able to take care of me if I was 14?
I don't think that they would have to provide you extraordinary care, and I'm trying to tell you what extraordinary care is to describe my position.
All right.
So I think I take extraordinary care to be a level of care, and which is just very, very, very high. So of course, parents do have an obligation to provide normal care to their children, right? Make sure that they're fed, make sure that they have a bed to sleep on, make sure that they're not neglected, so on and so forth. But if a parent's child were to like develop this disease where they needed a kidney, well, I don't think that the parent should have a legal obligation to provide their kidney to their child, right? And I would definitely say that pregnancy is a level of extraordinary care. So I don't think that a biological parent, a woman, a girl, a victim of rape, would have any obligation to provide their uterus and their bodily resources to the fetus. Not to mention that I think a lot of the parental obligations that people have to their kids are accepted at birth when they take the kid home. All right? Not before birth, during pregnancy, which is not something that the pregnant woman or girl consented to.
Okay. That's sort of understandable. and I want to kind of go back on like ask a question about what you meant by Muslim people. You said something about we would do something about Muslim people. What were you saying about that? Like take them in or take them out? What were you
Oh
saying
yeah,
about that too?
when Donald Trump ran for president in 2016, he ran on a total and complete shutdown of all Muslim immigration to America, right? And this
you
just
support
ties into
that or
like
you don't support that?
I don't support that. Do you?
But even though Muslim in their religion that they can have intercourse with children
Okay.
in the Quran,
right.
it says that
So I agree if you read not the Quran, the Hadiths.
it is the Quran.
No, it's the Hadiths. You know nothing about Islam. Because what you're referring to is Aisha's Hadith.
Muhammad married a 9-year-old.
Aisha,
Muhammad
right?
created the Quran, dude.
Do you know who Aisha is?
That was his cousin, right?
Okay. Yeah, wow, this guy doesn't know anything. So in Islam, you have the Quran, but you also have the Hadiths. So we learn about Aisha and like her age, the age of marriage through the Hadiths. But listen, I agree that when you read Aisha's Hadith through a fundamentalist interpretation, you do yield the conclusion that she was a kid and he was a pedophile. And of course, if you're Muslim, you think that the Prophet Muhammad did no grave immorality, so you don't really think child rape is that wrong. That's the fundamentalist interpretation. And I agree that people who believe in that interpretation are really sick, bad people. But not every Muslim holds on to the fundamentalist interpretation of the Quran and of the Hadiths. Okay? Many Muslims think that Aisha was not 6 years old when she was married and not 9 years old when the marriage was consummated, because they rather think that they used a different calendar system back then and her biological age was closer to like 30 today, right? So the point is that no, not every Muslim holds on to the fundamentalist interpretation of the Quran and Hadiths that Aisha was a kid. And we could do the same thing to the Christian Bible. If we read the Christian Bible through a fundamentalist interpretation, well, then all of a sudden, genocide's okay, slavery's okay, and pedophilia is also okay because Mary was 13, right? But of course, a lot of Christians don't read the Christian Bible through that fundamentalist interpretation, so they don't think that slavery is okay, they don't think that genocide's okay, and they don't think that Mary was 13, just like many Muslims don't think that Aisha was 6.
Okay, I understand that now. So what's that one surgery that they do over there in I can't remember where it's from, but it's basically where they take a woman's or a girl's private part and they
Female
surgically-
genitalia mutilation.
Yes.
Which also occurs.
Where is that from?
So, well, that's from Christianity and some parts of Islam. So some Christians and some Muslims practice that generally in Africa and the Middle East. It's a very sick,
Okay, so where's it
archaic-
more predominantly from though?
more predominantly
predominantly
from older Christian sects in Africa.
And from Africa.
Yeah, and this used to be something that was practiced even in Europe and America until the rise of secularism.
Well, we see it more over in overseas areas now, not predominantly now in America nor Europe.
From Christians.
I wouldn't say just Christians. I would say it would also be Muslims too. More predominantly.
I don't think that you'd be able to prove that, but I'm sure that there are extremist versions of all religions do FGM, and this would include Christians and Muslims and everyone else to an extent. What's your point?
My point is, I mean, it's kind of funny how, like, you know, you're talking about how all this stuff is happening, how, like, age, like, child, what do you say, rapists, you know? But, like, the more predominantly is, like, in their culture is Muslims are known for that.
Yeah,
like,
American culture made a rapist president. So what's like your moral high ground here? Hassan, listen for the media. Thank you for the meteor shower.
Well, my moral high ground would. What do you mean by that? I don't. Have
Well,
a high ground.
I mean, like once again, you're just reinterpreting, right, the fundamentalist scope of reading the Quran and the Hadiths through, and then you're superimposing that onto all Muslims, and then you're saying that all Muslims through their culture think that child rape is okay, right? I've already described to you how that's just simply not true, and then I gave you the analogy to Christianity. Like I could say, like Christian culture is therefore slavery and genocide because through a particular interpretation, the Bible's okay okay with those things. But of course, you call me a bad faith interlocutor who is just overgeneralizing the fundamentalist interpretation of the Bible. I'm going to say that you're doing the same thing about the Quran and Hadiths. But I mean, once again, I just think it's insane for you to sit here as an American with a rapist that you support as president that is covering for child rapists, predators, and PDFs in the Epstein files, defying Congress and breaking federal law to protect their identities, including a credible accusation against himself, just to turn around and say that, well, I support him because he tried to ban all Muslim entry into America.
You know who was on the Epstein files too? Was Bill Clinton, right? He was a Democrat.
Yeah, well, see, the thing is, you could posit that Bill Clinton is guilty too. You could posit that Bill Clinton was guilty too, and if that gets you to the point where you realize that Trump needs to be out of office, I'm fine with it. I could care less about Clinton. I'm going to keep it real. You want to know a politician who wasn't in the Epstein files? Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris wasn't as big as them back in the day.
And she wasn't in the Epstein files, right?
But I would guarantee if she was as big as them, she would be there.
Well, so the argument is you made like the rapist president over the non-rapist because you think the non-rapist would have been a rapist in like another version of the world.
Yeah, because Epstein's whole goal
You're
was
fucking nuts. You're actually insane, dude. Listen to yourself. I understand that Trump is in the files and Harris isn't, but I bet that Harris would have been if like she was like more famous in the 90s or whatever. Holy crap, dude.
Can I talk because I let you talk?
Yeah, bro. Dig your grave, buddy. Dig it.
Okay, dig my grave. Well, I mean, if you look at the standpoint of where I'm looking at is, Epstein was actually getting people with power and money on his islands. Okay, so you can say the same thing about Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson was on the island. I don't believe he did anything to the kids. Michael Jackson was a good person. I don't believe he did anything to those kids, right? But Epstein's whole goal was to find rich, powerful people and blue ball them to the point where he could control them in the government. Okay. Do you think Michael Jackson was a rapist? Do you think he was a child molester?
I think there's a lot of evidence that said he was. I think that there's some evidence that says he wasn't. Listen, so about once again Kamala Harris, you agreed that she wasn't in the files and Trump is, right?
Yeah, she wasn't in the files.
So just to clarify, you are willfully supporting a rapist as president while turning around and saying that we need to ban all Muslims from entering into the country because you think they support a rapist as prophet, right?
What did I say before I joined the live though? You have to remember that
you're a Trump supporter, just not quote unquote fully. As long as you still think that he should be president over the alternative, right? That doesn't change a damn thing. So let me repeat myself to clarify. You are willfully supporting a rapist as president because you think Muslims support a rapist as prophet.
Well, Muslims, yeah, I mean, I would rather take Trump over Kamala because Muslims over Minnesota are taking all of our tax money.
So it all goes back down to the Muslims.
Well, I mean, if you were to look, I mean, I lived in Minnesota for a little bit, so I know that most of the sanctuary states in Minnesota are taking money from the U.S. government and actually scamming us out of it. They'll have daycares over there that have no kids in them, but they're using the actual money from the government, saying that they are using it for daycares, but they're actually pocketing the money.
Yeah. So I'm sure that happens in some scenarios. But you know what I think is crazy? Let me tell you what I think is crazy.
Yeah, bring back that I'm supporting
I'm gonna go ahead and put you on mute, and I'm gonna tell you what I think is crazy. Like, I'm sure that we'll be able to find isolated incidents of fraud committed by private citizens in Minnesota and everywhere else in the country. Fraud is a crime, Just like murder is a crime, kidnapping is a crime, arson is a crime, DV is a crime. But still, yet, when we look at any city in America, we're going to see some fraud, some murder, some kidnapping, some arson. All right? But as soon as you think that you've identified some fraud in one city committed by like 2 brown people, well, then all of a sudden, brown people as a whole are a social contagion, breaking the system by breaking the law. Right? Where's like the same rhetoric for the white child rapist who Ken Paxton and endorse might be senator in Texas by Trump. Okay, where's the same energy because Ken Paxton gave him a day in jail? Like, where's the same energy for like the fact that a vast majority of school shooters are white? Like, where's the same energy for like anybody else who ever commits a crime? I just don't get it. And then when we actually look at immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit crimes on American soil, specifically violent ones. And then they're 4 times less likely to commit non-violent crimes on American soil. So in other words, when a white person does a bad thing, okay, well, all of a sudden they're the literal needle in the haystack. All right, everyone else is fine. They're just the bad apple. But when a brown person commits a crime, well, all of a sudden it's a haystack of just needles. And this is a national emergency where we have to deal with the social contagion of people who don't look like us. It's just so clearly driven by racism. And frankly, if you can't see that, I doubt your cognitive faculties.
Shade of melatonin. Or what is it called? We're just different shades of brown, dude. You're the one who's clarifying other people's race right now. You're saying people are brown, people are white. That's not how I look at it, dude.
Then why did you say Muslim people? Why did you say Muslim people in Minnesota?
I never called them a color.
Can you show me that? Because Nick Shirley's reporting was specifically about brown Somali people. Are you going to point towards Nick Shirley's reporting?
I never said brown. Now you're putting words in my mouth, dude.
Let's see it.
But I will absolutely get the article right now. I'll do.
And by the way that white Trump supporters identify Muslims is just by the color of your skin. If you're like brown and Middle Eastern, well, like then you're Muslim.
Daycare scams in Minnesota.
Okay,
it's literally the first.
So show me the guilty Muslims. Let's see it.
It's literally up there with a picture that says 7 sites. Here's what's happened with childcare fraud in Minnesota.
Okay, I haven't heard anything about a Muslim yet.
Jobs on. Yeah, Google it, dude. It literally has people with jobs on.
Just read it to me. I haven't heard anything about a Muslim
I'll read it. You want to do an article or you want to do an AI overview?
I prefer an article. I just, want to hear something about it.
Okay, yeah, I got you. I prefer that too, but I just wanted to ask just in case. Oh, it's a PDF. Hold on. Pause. Should I find one?
By the way, I'd recommend that you be honest and accurate about the reporting because I'm going to fact check you.
Why would I lie at that point?
I don't know. Trump supporters lie all the time.
Well, I could say that you guys are delusional as well for thinking the fetus is not a real person. Okay, we can go both ways, buddy.
Yeah, and you'd lose that argument in like 3 fucking.
I'm not gonna lie though. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll make you lose that argument as soon as you're done reading your article out loud to the class.
The 5 pillars, Muslim build up of 5 core practices known as the 5 pillars of Islam. It's not what I wanted.
Okay, so this guy's trying to like prove to me that like the fraud exposed by Nick Shirley in Minnesota was specifically committed by Muslims. And instead he's on Google reading about the 5 pillars of Islam.
No, okay, so pause. Hear me out. It kind of kicked me out of it. Hold on. Give me some slack, bro. You're fighting anything you can, bro. Hold on. Just give me some slack, bro. Come on.
Jeez. Now. Why you look through that? I'm going to thank a couple people here. Thank you so much, SJ, for the $20. He says, don't know if you're going live today, but wanted to send some love anyway. I think that SJ sent that in before we started the live. You're so very kind. I hope that you're here. And if you are, thank you. Jacob, thank you for the $24 dono. Let's get 240 Jacob W's in that chat. Jacob with $24 says it's kind of crazy how many 18-year-olds who come across who support Trump, especially people who couldn't vote for Trump. As a Republican who supports you, I think anybody with a brain want to support Trump, especially with the evidence that you lay out on every stream. Stay go to Dean. Well, I appreciate you, Jacob. Honestly, I think that's just showing how like fringe of a belief supporting Trump is. The fact that like I started out as like a creator with like a purely progressive, further left than the Democratic Party fan base, talking about why Trump is so bad. But now we have like Republicans who tune in and consider themselves to be fans. That shows you how far right Trump is going and how fringe supporting him is becoming. Like genuinely, if I read that donation message out before the election, like me and everybody in the chat would be like, what the fuck? Like they're probably trolling, right? But no, they're not. Shout out to you, Jacob. I hope that you consider the other things that we talk about on the stream and maybe I'm able to push it further to the left. Aiden, thank you for the $10 who says longtime listener, first time donor. Thank you for keeping me educated and entertained every day. Well, I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Aiden. Marina, thank you for the $3. Alexandria, thank you for the 3. And Aubriana, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. That is A. I want to see 1,000 Aubriana W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the love and support. That is genuinely fucking insane. That is beyond kind of you, Aubriana. Aubriana with $100 says, Dean, I have watched you for years, and I'm glad you fight for my rights as a woman. Keep spreading the word. Lots of love. Stay safe. I have my own experiences when it comes to my body, and I'm glad somebody speaks up for people like me. Well, know that I really appreciate you, Aubriana. I think that you're awesome. Thank you so much for the $100. And I'm so sorry to you and every other woman girl who has to hear these shitty men arguing that you guys shouldn't have basic rights on a daily basis. Thank you for the $100. Monica, thank you so much for the $40 on PayPal. You said, saw you on Don Lemon's show for Jubilee stuff. You rock. Thank you, Monica. Let's get 400 Monica W's in that chat. Thank you for the $40. Did he cover me recently? I had no clue. Well, thank you for the huge dinner. That's very, very kind of you. And then Lauren, thank you for the $25 donation who says monthly dono. I feel like I haven't watched a stream in a hot minute, but I'm back. Well, welcome back, Lauren. I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. And then Evan and Michelle, I appreciate you guys for the $5. Michelle with a 5 says, just want to make sure that this is the right person. It sure is. And then on Dean, Ondine, thank you for the $10 who says, I would argue it's infinitely more cruel to bring an unwanted child into the world than to have an abortion. Infinitely more cruel. Thank you for the $10. Over on Super Chat, thank you for the $15 Met, who says, please read out loud, Canadians, please sign petition E-7319 to get ICE out of Canada. Is ICE in Canada? What the fuck? I'll have to take a look at that petition myself, my friend. Jose, thank you for the $20, who says, so many MAGA Christians love to demonize Muslims. They are so ignorant of one of the 3 Abrahamic faiths. I seriously doubt that they even know Arab Christians call God Allah. Anyways, keep on fighting, Dean. Well, I appreciate you, Jose. Reverend, thank you for the $20 as well. He says, Deuteronomy 21:10-14 declares that a woman captured in war are a gift from God to you and tells you how to properly essay and force marriage. A Christian taking a literal interpretation of Islam must contend with that. Reverend, as soon as I'm done thanking the other donors, I actually want to add something on about that. Then the last super chat I have to thank for now is from Serpent. Thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars, who says, it's funny. This guy's complaining about Muslims when America is a quote-unquote Christian nation practicing child marriage in 33 states. Seriously, these people need to get the hell off of the hypocrisy train. So true, and thank you for the $20. To Reverend's message pointing out scripture in Deuteronomy that seemingly gives instructions about how to essay women, right? Precisely. Right? When you read the Bible through that literal fundamentalist interpretation, you could yield the conclusion that, well, sometimes God is okay with SA because of Deuteronomy. Sometimes God is okay with genocide because of Samuel. Sometimes God is okay with slavery because of Leviticus, right? But like the non-fundamentalists always have like an explanation for why they don't believe in these things and why God is not okay with these things. Like a non-literal interpretation of the Old Testament, that it's all parabolic. It's just trying to teach us lessons. And the point that I'm making here is that we should give grace to Christians who hold on to an interpretation of the Bible that lead them to think that these things are not okay. Because we want more religious people who are not pro-slavery, are not pro-genocide, and think that their God is really, really good and just wants everybody to kumbaya and love one another. Because that is supposed to be the benevolent function of religion in society. Okay? And that by default is the pre-assumption for Christianity in the West. That Christianity is good, is all-loving, is great, because through certain interpretations, it certainly can be. But why don't we give that same grace and that same interpretive ability to members of other religions like Islam? It makes no sense to me. It is an endless religious war that I think ultimately reduces down to bigotry and anti-Islamic bias. Because if it just simply reduced down to them reading the words on paper and taking them for their literal fundamentalist interpretation, then they do the same thing to Christianity, but they don't. And that's my spiel about this guest, and I think the last guest too. We'll go ahead and get him back. Sorry for the yap. Make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen and sharing out that live with a handful of friends. Good to see you all. Go ahead.
About what? You want to do the Thanza files?
Yeah.
This week, the Trump administration dispatched of federal officers in Minnesota amid the concerns over fraud. The deployment comes after a right-wing influencer posted a video claiming without proof the daycare center operating Somali residents in Minnesota has been appropriated more than $100 million.
Yeah. So point number one, you proved my point that it was about Somali people, not quote-unquote Muslim people. And then point number two, whatever you just read off to prove your point said that Nick Shirley made these allegations without evidence. So I don't know why you'd make yourself look so silly.
I mean, it was on PBS. You don't want to read the PBS article?
I'm just reading the article that you read to me. Your source, buddy. Your source says that the allegations are uncorroborated, and your source says Somali people, not Muslim people. Not to say that Muslims can't be Somali, but rather to say that specifically you claimed that it was about Muslim people, which we cannot reduce from the claim that it was Somali people.
So Somalian people, did they wear hijabs? I don't think they do, right? Because if you wear a hijab,
I don't think
you need to be
that
Muslim,
every
right?
Somali person will wear a hijab, and I don't think that every Somali person will not wear a hijab. That's like saying American people, do they all wear cargo pants? Like, I don't know. Some do, some don't.
Yeah. But when I don't want to get off the topic, but like when you were saying that Christianity
this is some
was
dumb shit.
comparison to Muslim, I mean, has Christianity ever?
Wait,
did
do you
terrorist
concede the
attacks
claim
against
about?
humans?
Do you concede the claim about the Muslims committing fraud in Minnesota?
I don't know.
Because I asked you for a
still think
source that Muslim.
happens.
Oh
I still think
wow!
that happens.
Wait, but I asked you for your evidence, and your evidence was a statement not about Muslim individuals,
our
but about
children
Somali
to
individuals.
seem-
And your source
So-
said verbatim that there was no evidence to corroborate the claims of fraud.
Okay, so there's another one where it says Muhammad was indicated for a legend role in an initial $250 million stolen by feeding our future scheme.
Who the hell is Mohammed?
You can Google it. I think it's on.
Okay, so you're just saying that some dude named Muhammad's been found guilty of fraud in America?
It wasn't a dude. It was a girl.
Okay.
Muhammad.
I'm sure that somebody, dude or woman, named Muhammad has been found guilty for fraud in America at some point in the last 250 years. Okay, so I just want to clarify, right, that we're assuming that they're Muslim because of their name. So what's like...
He's wearing a hijab, so I guess.
Okay. So let's think, what's like a really like common name for like Christians to have, folks? You guys are gonna need to help me in that chat, because this is gonna be an important argument. Help me in that chat. What's a very like common name for Christians, you guys? What's like the most common Christian name? John. John is a good one. John is a good one. Perfect. So I just want to clarify. You're saying that we should probably prevent Muslim people from coming into America, because you just gave me an example of somebody named Muhammad being found guilty for fraud. So I just want to clarify. If I could
I think it
like
was
find
funny.
one criminal case of somebody named John being found guilty for fraud in America, then you'd say that we should stop allowing Christian immigration into our country,
No,
right?
I said that I think it was funny that you said something about how we're taking money away from the government, even though that most of the scams that are going on in Minnesota are from Islamic or Muslim people.
Oh, okay. So I just want to clarify. If I could find one example of a dude named John being found guilty for fraud in California, then
No,
I
I wanted
could
to be
take
in
that to
Minnesota.
mean
No, I
that
wanted to be in
most
Minnesota.
people, no, listen to me, that most people
Okay.
who commit fraud in California are Christian, right?
No, that's not how that works at all. I mean, there's
Okay, so then
multiple
why does it work
articles
like
about
that
it.
for this Muhammad person in Minnesota?
I had other articles too.
Okay, you had other articles of like other people who you think
Yeah.
were like Muslim being found
Yes,
guilty of
bro.
crime. So
I mean,
if I
it's
was
not
able to
just
find
one
you
person.
5 articles of Christians being found guilty for fraud in California, does that mean that Christians commit the majority of fraud disproportionately in California?
That giggle got me laughing though. Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, you're a dumbass.
I'm a dumbass. Okay,
Yes.
that's fine.
Yes.
Keep
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the
I'm
insult.
so
Keep on the
sorry.
insult.
I'm so sorry. You were actually like insane if you think
Okay,
that
have
if
Christians
just because
been
I was able to
terrorist attacks, yes or
demonstrate
no?
5 instances of people named John, Paul, or Peter being found guilty for fraud in California, that therefore Christians are disproportionately more likely to commit fraud in California. Oh my God. I'm wasting my time on this goddamn app. This is so stupid. How about
You're
this?
getting money out of it,
I'm just gonna end the debate here by dropping the truth nuke. PNAS tells us that immigrants are 4 times less likely to commit nonviolent crimes than natural U.S.-born citizens. So the average immigrant, okay, let's assume that there's a Muslim immigrant coming into this country. They're 4 times less likely to commit a crime like fraud on American soil than you.
Are you being serious right now?
Yes, the source is
actually funny. That's actually funny.
PNAS.
Is that just like a crime rates?
Hmm?
Are
Yeah.
there's more white people than black people?
No. So this is per capita, my friend.
Okay, okay, okay. Well, I want to ask you another question before I leave.
I
'Cause
don't
gotta
want you
go
to ask me a
I gotta go on the
question.
job.
I want you to respond to the per capita statistic that tells us that immigrants are like significantly less likely to commit any and all crimes in America.
I don't agree with that. No.
Okay, so what counter source do you have that demonstrates a per capita crime statistic that says otherwise?
Can you show me that on your computer?
Well, I just gave you the reference for it. If you type in, are undocumented immigrants less likely to commit crimes, PNAS, the first resource will be from, once again, PNAS saying exactly what I just shared with you.
Okay, let's see here.
Okay, so you don't agree with it, which once again means that you have
looking
some
it up
type
real
of
quick.
counter
Hold on, dude.
statistic.
Hold on. Are undocumented immigrants? You said less likely or more likely? It's less likely, right?
Less likely to commit crimes, PNAS. By the way, if you want to support me, if you want to support the stream, folks, if you want to get a message across, if you want to roast the guest, if you want to ask a question, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on that other place, and the ad's right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Just quadruple check your spelling because there's a bunch of fake scamming accounts out there if you use the ad compared to the link.
And he said, what was the website called again?
PNAS. I'm
Oh,
sure that
PNAS.
NPR and various other sources cover PNAS's reporting, but it originates from PNAS. Clayton, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, who says, I'll donate again if you say PNAS 3 times fast. Dirty, dirty boy, Clayton. Dirty, dirty boy with a dirty mind. Very dirty mind, Clayton. I'm seeing a wave of people say Lamau in the chat like 10 seconds after I read off Clayton's message. That makes me think that you probably said PNAS 3 times fast to yourself. And then you like caught up on what, you know, we're putting down. That's funny. That's funny as hell. Joseph, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Show some love to Joseph in that chat. Let's get 500 Joseph W's down below. That is very kind of you, my friend. Thank you so much. Joseph with a 50 says, didn't Jesus say that he was the end of the old covenant and the dawn of the new covenant? Why are we even referencing Old Testament Leviticus law? Well, actually, Joseph, you're proving my point. Because earlier I was saying, under fundamentalist interpretation of Christianity, you think that all of these bad things are okay because it says so in the Old Testament. And in response, you're giving me your argument that through your non-fundamentalist interpretation of the Christian Bible, that we shouldn't reference those things at all because Jesus fulfilled the old law and that's not representative of the moral code of God. Prove my point that, like, genuinely, although when we devoid of your interpretation, context, and different people's thoughts, feelings, and opinions, we could look at the Christian Bible and read Bible say bad thing, right? We have many interpretations, such as the one that you just shared with me, that entails the conclusion that the Bible does not say it's okay to do bad thing. And that's kind of my point. So I'm agreeing with you here, Joseph. Thank you for the $50. I hope that that point is clear. It's a hard one to get across the line, and it's definitely a bit more nuanced than maybe some of the other arguments I make. And it kind of takes a lot of words to communicate. Hopefully, like, my point is clear. Logan, were you able to take a look at PNAS's reporting?
Yeah, I'm reading it right now. It's a long ass paragraph. Or like a
Still,
long
wow.
fucking thing.
Yeah, by the way, the abstract to the
all this.
report is literally 7 sentences long, everybody.
No, that's literally I couldn't find that. I'm reading another one. It's like the scapegoating and ethnic religious minoralities is a well-trained historical ground in the United States, and immigrants have made up for an easy target: Chinese, Irish, Italian, Muslim, Mexican.
What the fuck is this guy yapping about?
Dude, I don't know, bro. I'm looking for
okay,
it and I can't find it.
fine. I'll just, dude. What the hell is? I'll just show it to
That's
you.
what I
I'll just show
asked you
it.
to do beforehand, and you were
Yeah,
making me do this shit.
I got you. I'll just show it to you, buddy. Here we go. All right, PNAS. All right, take a look at the top left-hand corner of that phone screen. Penis. All right, says so. Top left-hand corner. Perfect. Comparing crime rates between undocumented immigrants, legal immigrants, and native-born U.S. citizens. Let's see here. Abstract. We find that undocumented immigrants have substantially lower crime rates than native-born citizens and legal immigrants across a range of felony offenses. Relative to undocumented immigrants, U.S.-born citizens are over 2 times more likely to be arrested for violent crimes, 2.5 times to be arrested for drug crimes, and over 4 times more likely to be arrested for property crimes. There you go.
I didn't get to read the whole thing. Let me just Google it up real quick.
I just read the part about the crime rates because
It feels like you're picking out random just things that benefit you, honestly.
Okay.
There's a whole
do you think that like the next sentence of the
that.
abstract is just kidding?
I think most people like you, they take certain like sentences just to prove their point when there's also more information to be read. Like you're pinpointing like stuff from the Bible, but you're not reading the full on verses.
Okay.
You're using different verses to your benefit instead of actually using the whole entire thing.
Yeah, like the next sentence of the abstract will just say, just kidding. They're actually more likely to commit crimes.
No, I'm just saying that's why I've noticed about people like that are doing this for fun. Is they'll insult people and then they'll push people down the ground instead of actually educating them. You're insulting me and you're calling me dumb instead of trying to educate me. Your whole chat is trying to
I have called you stupid once, but that's because like
you
made
shut up
because you made like you made like an atrocious argument saying that like immigrants are more likely to commit crimes because you found an instance of a quote unquote Muhammad being found guilty of fraud in the state. Like, I'm sorry.
I mean, I lived there for like 13 years.
That was legitimately one of like the worst arguments I've ever heard.
They changed the flag to the Islamic flag. Half that state is run.
Yeah,
Google it, bro. They changed the flag.
What is the Islamic flag? Can you show that to me?
From being an actual American flag, they changed it to a literal. It looks exactly like a flag from Islam.
What is an Islam flag? Can you describe the Islam flag to me?
Yeah, it's a star, but it's like blue. I don't know, like it's like a singular star and it's blue. It looks exactly like the Minnesotan flag did.
I'm just confused what you're talking about because there's
not
like one
flag,
universal
right?
Islamic flag. Okay, we could adjudicate this after you concede that undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes.
I don't care what you say. I can just concede all you want. I don't care, dude.
Okay, so you concede that you were wrong about crime rates?
I think it's funny that you say you want to educate me, but you're sitting here bullying me to the point where I'm having to concede.
Well,
instead of trying to educate me to make you on your side, you're basically wanting me to go push more right than left. Like at the very beginning,
bullying you into a concession, do you mean like providing you evidence?
An asshole at this point.
By bullying you into a concession, do you mean like providing you evidence that you're wrong?
What?
Because that's what I want you to concede about, like the evidence from PNAS that you were wrong when you argued that immigrants are more likely to commit crimes.
Oh, you just say that about Korea. I mean, most immigrants that go down there, I mean, crime heightens because they don't have any crime over there. But most people that do crime over there are Americans or Hispanic people. All right.
Okay.
If you go to another country.
Okay. Well, how about this? We adjudicate like immigrants' crime rates in Korea. Like after we finish adjudicating immigrants' crime rates in America. So you made the claim that once again, immigrants were more likely to commit crimes on American soil than citizens. I gave you a source that says otherwise.
I mean, if it wasn't that bad,
yeah, you could send a link, Matt. I'd love to see it.
I mean, it wouldn't. If what you're saying is true, why do we have ICE on the street right now taking up child predators? If what you're saying is true,
5% of the people.
If immigrants are actually peaceful and they're wanting to do good things, I mean. Why are we having ICE over here, dude?
That's a good question. That's a really good question.
Because they're here illegally.
That's a great. If what I'm saying is true, if what PNAS is saying is true, if undocumented immigrants are significantly less likely to commit any and all crimes, then why do we have ICE out here? See, that question is kind of like the foundation of my political leanings. Like you're so close, right? Exactly. Why do We have ICE agents attempting to corral up undocumented immigrants to be illegally deported, then tortured and CCOT, when undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 4 times less likely to commit property crimes, when undocumented immigrants pay over $100 billion in taxes per year, when undocumented immigrants contribute 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars into the GDP annually, when undocumented immigrants should probably stay here, right? Like, that was a great question. And you continue to shift the goalposts of the debate. We started with crime rates, and then you said, well, if, Dean, what you're saying is true, then why are we doing a mass deportation? I gave a response to that, and now you want to shift the conversation to Obama, so I see that you're trying to run away from the original point. How about this?
No, but
Take a
like,
look.
did you like Obama?
So I'm not going to deflect away from the topic that undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes until you concede.
If you liked Obama,
We could talk about Obama after that. We could,
illegal
yes,
immigrants.
we could talk about his 3.1 million deportations as soon as we're done talking about your claim that immigrants are more likely to commit crimes. So do you acknowledge that I gave you a source from PNAS that demonstrates that undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes? Thank you, Matt, by the way.
You talk so fast, man. I'm not getting it, bro.
Do you
I'll go
acknowledge that I gave you a source from PNAS that demonstrates undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes?
I still don't believe that because statistics could be wrong too.
All right. Well, how about if I corroborate it with another 30 sources? So let's take a look at the bibliography. Shout out, Matt. So let's go through them. So this is not the PNAS. This is the American Immigration Council. This was published 2024, debunking the myth of immigrants and crime. It is a long article as well as a evaluation through a PDF that goes through the crime rates of immigrants and demonstrates how they're less likely to commit crimes. My second source would be refugee admissions and public safety. Are refugee-prone areas more crime-prone? The answer is no. This is going to be on the DOI Foundation, but it looks like the DOI has been removed, so I'll try to get you a new link there. The third one here is by DJ Bear and Jay Salazar. Immigrants cut victimization rates, boost crime reporting. So they're actually less likely to commit crimes, and they're more likely to report crimes compared to natural U.S.-born citizens. This is coming from the Cato Institute. You should check that out. The Cato Institute is very meaningful. And then same thing with the next source. This is also coming from the Cato Institute. Criminal immigrants in the United States, a statistical portrait. And then once again, that page can't be found. I'll try to find you a new link. But essentially, that study proves the same thing about how they're less likely to commit crimes. Matt's already updating the outdated links. Shout out to you, Matt. We also have C. Gunday here on the association between undocumented immigrants and crimes in the United States. This is from the Oxford Economic Papers, and this also demonstrates that undocumented immigrants are significantly less likely to commit crimes in America. In fact, it says here, this analysis yields a view that means results. First, despite possessing characteristics unusually associated with crime, undocumented immigrants are 33 times less likely to be institutionalized compared to U.S. natives. So that was the Oxford Union. Should I continue to keep on going, or do you get the point?
I guess I get the point. I kind of want to go on the Obama thing though. But
No. So after I've provided you like upwards of like 6 different sources.
I still don't agree with that.
You still don't agree with it?
I still don't agree with that.
Okay, so in that sense, we're just going to continue to go through the sources here. That's fine. So where do we leave off? We left off
I mean, you can say the same thing, but like it's just different.
Here we go. So this is from Journal of the Economic Behavior.
You can take statistics.
Let's just go ahead and
you can't take history from people. Like if I had
One second.
13
I'm
bad things happen
gonna
to
go
me
to
from
put you on
illegal
there. Does immigrant legalization affect crime? Evidence from deferred action for childhood arrivals in the United States. Yields a few results. First, at the individual level, comparing the difference in likelihood of being incarcerated between DACA eligible population and its counterpart. Let's see here. Fail to find evidence that DACA is statistically effective the incarceration rate of undocumented youth. And the evidence suggests that DACA is associated with a reduction in property crime rates. Wow, look at that. So it looks like programs for undocumented immigrants actually overall reduce crime rates. So allowing undocumented immigrants to stay here reduces crime rates. That's a good one. That's another one. What about this one? Sanctuary policies reduce deportations without increasing crime. Here's a source, once again, from PNAS that just simply shows that sanctuary cities where undocumented immigrants are like allowed to stay and not face deportation doesn't increase crimes, which of course you could infer that therefore undocumented immigrants don't increase crimes. The immigrant crime nexus, inner and outer containment buffer on a push towards delinquency. This is from Justice Youth. This is also another source that demonstrates that undocumented immigrants don't increase crime rates. We have YT Miller and MT Light. Do undocumented immigrants increase violent crime? This is published by Criminology. Obviously, the answer here from Criminology is no. So I could go through the other 1.5 pages of sources that I have for you. But listen, man, like in total, I've provided 33 sources to you that undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than natural U.S. born citizens. So given that I've provided 33 different peer-reviewed studies to you to demonstrate that undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than citizens, can you please provide me 33 studies that demonstrate to us that undocumented immigrants are more likely to commit crimes than U.S. citizens? How about we just reduce it down to one study that proves they're more likely to commit crimes than U.S. born citizens?
Oh, I don't got one, but I know that people have different viewpoints.
So given
It's
that I have
just like
33 studies to prove that they're less likely to commit
if you get
crimes,
attacked by a dog, right? If
and you have
get attacked by a
zero
dog,
studies,
you'd be like,
one second,
dogs.
one second. Given that I have
Okay,
33 peer-reviewed studies to prove that undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes, and you just kind of have feelings and vibes, right? Like clearly we could like understand why I'm right
Well,
and you're
yeah,
wrong.
statistics is hard to beat if it's there, right? But you know, there's history behind things. Like I was saying about dogs, right? If someone gets attacked by a dog, they're gonna be more fearful about a dog than other people, right?
Okay, so you're just describing bias. So, right, like, so let's like just evaluate truth here. Let's say that like one person gets attacked by a white person, another person gets attacked by a black person, another person gets attacked by an Asian person, and another person gets attacked by an indigenous person. So you're saying that like all four of these people will feel like the first person would say that white people are disproportionately more likely to commit crimes. The second person will feel like black people are disproportionately more likely to commit crimes. The third person will say that Asian individuals are disproportionately more likely to commit crimes. And the fourth
Yes.
person will say that
So that would be-
indigenous
that'd be
people
right,
are
yeah.
disproportionately more likely to commit crimes.
Yeah.
Can all four of
It's all
these
about your
people
viewpoint.
can all four of these people be right at once?
I mean, yeah, they could.
Can you
Because
explain
they
that
all
to
have
me?
their own. They all have their own like thing. Like if I got attacked, I got jumped by like 13 Hispanic people. I'm like, I'm a fucking afraid of Hispanic people now because I got jumped by 13 of them.
Okay, but like you do
If I were to
understand.
get jumped, if I was Hispanic, I were to
Wait,
get
no,
jumped
no,
by
no,
13
no.
white
Okay,
people. That
this
would
is
be
just
different because
yeah, this
that
is
would be
just
that would be
clearly
bad.
like prejudice. I specifically want you to explain to me why you think all four of those people could be right simultaneously, even though their claims
Because
contradict one another.
that's their own experiences. That's their own experiences.
But like obviously, right, what they think isn't representative of truth. And what they take away from their experiences also isn't representative of truth. Like typically people have biases and they could implement this bias to yield conclusions off of their observations and experiences in life that aren't necessarily true. Like, do you agree that contradictions can't be true?
Yeah.
Okay, do you know what a contradiction is?
To contradict yourself is so you say something and then it contradicts itself.
So a contradiction is
Like
when you
it makes
say,
it so it's not right.
yeah, like an example of the contradiction would be I'm wearing shoes and I'm not wearing shoes. Okay, well you can't be like simultaneously both wearing and not wearing shoes. That's a contradiction. Okay, well like for the example, like the four people that I gave you who were all claiming that a different demographic of people were the most likely to commit crimes on American soil. Well, they can't all four be right because their claims contradict one another. Like for instance, the claim that white people are most likely to commit crime in America contradicts the claim that Asian people are most likely to commit crime in America. Because if Asian people are most likely to commit crime in America, then white people can't. If white people are most likely to commit crime in America, then Asian people can't be. Do you understand that? So we can't actually say that all four of those people are simultaneously right, given the fact that their claims contradict one another. Right?
You're saying let me get this straight. You're saying that if there's more Asian people than white people, is that what you just said? That there would be
Brother. No.
I didn't get what you're saying. You're talking too fast for me, man. I'm on a high and I got the munchies, man.
Unfixable. Unfixable. My head's gonna fucking explode. We're gonna move on to the next guest, dude. Oh my god, they're so fucking stupid. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
How do you?
I'm 31.
Really? I don't know if I believe you.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
I mean, the voice sounds pretty convincing. Are you driving?
Now, I'm in the car, though. My
I don't know.
wife
What do you
drives.
guys think? Like, the PFP is screaming AI, but, like, that voice, I don't know. It could be real. So why do you support Trump?
Because he's the president of disclosure.
No, it's definitely fake. Let's go to move on to the next guess. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Dude, I am just, like, dying out here, man. That last guess was so unintelligent. You know, honestly, folks, before I started doing these lives, I thought that people were significantly more intelligent than they actually are. And it's just been like an unfortunate fact that I've been awoken to. And people are not as intelligent as I previously thought they are. I need to blow my nose. As soon as we're able to get the next Trump supporter connected to the live stream, I'm just going to bow off screen and blow my nose real quick. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please do follow the rules. If you want to support me and help pay my fucking therapy bills after dealing with these idiots, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal. And the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on the other place, and the ad's right there, Dean Withers without the E. Holy moly. Holy moly, guys. We got Kendall Jackson connecting. We got Viking connecting. We got Melody connecting, guys. Please only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA. Melody, do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Cox.
All right. I kind of need to blow my nose, so I'm asking you guys that you please only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead. Take it away. Tell us why.
For me, it's just, I guess, with the last president, I'm not had different, just, I guess I had different opinions on how certain acts and bills were made, I guess.
Okay, how old are you?
I am 33.
Okay, so you disagreed with Biden's policy is what I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm.
What year are you born in?
92.
Okay. So what's like one domestic policy that Biden passed that you thought was terrible?
It more frustrated me how he dealt with the immigration, honestly.
Okay.
Because I think during his time was that influx of immigration, and it's just the simple fact of, I know he probably was trying his best to keep it down, but they just came in, and I just felt that at that point they just gave up because it was too much of an influx, and that's what I did not like, because he essentially let a lot of people that should have no right to come in,
Okay.
even if they came in illegally.
All right. First thing I'll say here. So I think that the Biden-Harris administration did okay on their immigration policy. They tried their best. They tried to get a bipartisan border bill passed. Then Trump torpedoed it. I think that you would honestly probably take more value out of the streams if you were to watch the streams and, hear me out for what I have to say while I'm debating other guests compared to directly being on it. Was there maybe like a question that you had that I could answer before I move on to the next guest?
It's more like, okay, so I have a question. You have your house and you're renting it out, but you need it back. But the renter in your house is saying, no, I want to stay here.
Mm-hmm.
I like it here.
Yeah.
But it's your house.
Mm-hmm.
Would you just let them stay in your house, or you will get it back because it's yours?
Well, property rights are important. Okay. but so are renter rights. In America, I think that we should have pretty strong renter protections where you can't just be evicted by your landlord for no reason at all the same day they want you out. Thank you for the question, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
It was.
Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please, and thank you. We're going to get that next guest, JoJo, connect to the stream. Yep, you also have the contract. Hey, welcome into Sport Trump. Hello? Joe? Okay, Joe's gone. Goodbye, Joe. We're going to move on to the next guest, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you are MAGA. This next guest's name is Nathan. Charlene, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, says just because. Thank you for that love and support. You're awesome, Charlene. Zach, thank you for the $2. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Yes and no.
If the election was held between Trump and Harris tomorrow, who would you vote for?
Trump and who?
Harris?
Oh, I would still not vote for Harris.
Okay, so vote for Trump?
Probably, maybe not. Depends, because I voted for Trump after being a liberal forever. And so I'm not sure if I'm going to stay on the conservative side. And Donald Trump has done a few things recently that have kind of ticked me off, you know? So that's why I'm on the fence. I used to really defend him wholeheartedly. Now I'm kind of I still support him because I feel like we might get around. Maybe after he leaves Iran, I'll see if the economy's doing better.
Okay, listen, I'll talk to you about that here in a moment. I just want to thank a couple people. Lillian, I really appreciate you for the $10 dono on Venmo, who says, I'm in the live now. I'm a pastor's kid. I grew up in the church. With that, using the Bible as a failsafe, like most of these MAGAs do, is stupid. It's meant for interpretation, not literal definition. Yup, thank you for the $10 to Lillian. Kate with the $5 says, how the hell do you stay grounded and sane doing this? It's pretty difficult sometimes. Sonny, I appreciate you for that $15 donation on Venmo. That's very kind of you. I appreciate you for that love and support. Then Danae, I first and foremost apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. And then second of all, thank you for the $10 dono. I would love to talk to your mother this weekend. And shout out to that gas station attendant. That's awesome. Alicia and Mary, I appreciate you guys so much for the $25 donations over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Alicia and Mary. That's Alicia spelled Allisa. Alicia with the 25 says, Dean, love you and all that you do. Well, all the love of the world to you as well, Alicia. Thank you so much. And Mary with the 25 says, did you see Kyle's video regarding Victor Mark's interview? Crazy, catching the VOD in the morning. Love you, Dean. I'll have to check it out, Mary. Thank you for the $25. Show some love to Mary and Alicia down below in that comment section. Thank you. With all that being said, we are all caught up over on Venmo. Let's quickly get caught up over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $100, Ashley. Oh my God, I really appreciate you. That is ASHLY. Thank you so much for the love and support. Let's get 1,000 Ashley W's in that comment section. Ashley with 100 says, hey Dean, I love watching you. It's my favorite pastime. I love your mind. Thank you so much for what you do, spreading knowledge. Love from Texas. Well, all the love to Texas, and I wish you guys the best of luck in the midterms with Tallarico. Really good chance at turning things around. Thank you so much, Ashley. Show some love to Ashley in that chat. Adon, thank you for the $5 and I appreciate for the kind words. Monavon, thank you for the $34 who attached no message, just sent that love. Thank you so much, Monavon. And David, thank you for the $20 who says, political journalist retired in Thailand. You are the ultimate source for truth. Keep it up. I'm always watching. Shout out to you, David. I hope that you're enjoying your retirement and I hope that you enjoy the rest of today's stream. And then same thing to you, Kara. Thank you so much for the $20 donation over on PayPal as well. And that is a really good hypothetical. I'll probably be using that in the debates in the future. And then Ellie, thank you for the $1.32. I think with all that being said, we're caught up for now. We're going to go pass the mic back to the guest. This guy said that he supports Trump still because he thinks that maybe the economy will turn around after the war in Iran. First and foremost, you have a little bit of an echo. Is there anything that you can do to fix that?
Hey, Alexa, turn off the timer. Hey, Alexa, turn the timer off. My Alexa.
Nathan?
Yes, okay, so.
I'm sorry, Nathan. You have a big echo on your phone. If there's nothing you could do to fix that, I'm going to move on.
Is it echoing still?
Test? Yeah.
Yes. Oh,
It is.
Let me leave you just one thing. I think a good suggestion when you're communicating with people
I appreciate you, Nathan, but because you're underwater, I have to move on. You have a good rest of your day. If you happen to get that figured out, feel free to re-request because I made you wait for quite a while. I was thanking people for the donos. Miles, welcome into Sport Trump.
Of course.
How old are you?
18.
Well, were you born in Miles?
2007.
What month, Miles?
December 18th.
Okay, Miles. Everyone is 18 today. A bunch of 18-year-old guys. Miles, why the hell do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Dipey Don?
Why would you not?
Well, I think that his policy sucks. I think that his character is abysmal, and you have a very similar echo to the last guy, so I'm going to put you on mute. He is an adjudicated rapist. He's a 34-count felon. He's boasted about the sexual exploitation of naked women and girls at the beauty pageants in which he owned. He's in the Epstein files over 1 million times, and he refused to rent to black people in the 70s because the color of their skin and his introduction to politics was being racist against Obama, trying to get people not to vote for him because of the color of his skin. He is a big-time criminal fraudster. He was able to bar the federal government from investigating him or his family for tax fraud at any point in the future for any tax return they've already sent in, meaning that you could be found guilty and thrown in jail for the same crime that if Trump were to commit it, you couldn't even be investigated for it. He wanted to spend $1.8 billion on lining the pockets of domestic terrorists who tried to kill cops on the steps of the Capitol on January 6th after letting them out of jail through full and complete presidential pardons. He ran on no new wars, but then he started a war that's costing us $1 billion a day, skyrocketing the price of oil and gas, and has killed 160 girls at a war crime in Iran. His domestic policy is atrocious. The economy is at one of its worst points in a long time. Last year, we had the worst jobs report since 2003, ignoring recessions, and most manufacturing bankruptcies since the tail end of the Great Recession in 2010. And today, we have the highest monthly increase in the price of gas since the Vietnam War. And I could kind of go on and on and on forever, but I don't want to overwhelm you with points.
All right, let's switch it up a little bit. Do you support abortion?
Yeah, I think that we should probably give tax breaks to women and girls who get them. Like, for every abortion that you get, your taxes go down by 1%. Like, I think that we need more abortions. I think that women should be legally obligated to get at least 36 a month.
All right. Do you support somebody shooting somebody else, middle of public?
Oh, of course not. That's murder.
What's abortion?
Well, abortion is not murder.
Why?
Because it's not wrong.
How is it not wrong?
Because there's no reasons why it would be wrong.
Could you please tell me those reasons?
No, I said there's no reasons why it would be wrong. I wouldn't be able to tell you the reasons why it is wrong because I don't think they exist.
So, killing a baby isn't wrong?
True.
That has a heartbeat?
Yes.
That's not wrong?
Right. Do you have an argument otherwise?
I mean, so it's not wrong to kill someone with abortion,
Right.
but it's wrong to kill someone that's alive, a 23-year-old that's walking around public.
Yes.
Why?
Because
What's the difference?
there's no reasons why it would be wrong that we could identify to kill the fetus, but there is reasons why it would be wrong that we could identify insofar as why it's wrong to shoot somebody in the back of the head walking down the street.
Why?
Well, predominantly, the fetus doesn't have a mind, can't express sentience, yet the 23-year-old walking down the street clearly is.
Were you a fetus?
Was I a fetus?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I was a fetus in the same way I was an egg and a sperm, yeah.
Yeah. That's illegal. That should be illegal
Okay, why?
because it's killing somebody.
So you think that killing things should always be illegal, so no more eating meat, no more self-defense, no more pulling the plugs on brain dead patients in the hospital? So clearly that's a failed
A
argument.
deer and a fetus are not the exact same thing. You gotta
It's a
remember
relevant
that.
difference that gives one the right to life and the other the absence of a right to life. Would you say it's humanity?
Hey, I don't see you letting a bear inside your house to sleep in there, do I?
And I wouldn't let you inside my house to sleep in here. The criteria for the
fucking
people that I
wouldn't
let
want
into
to.
sleep in my
I would
house
not- I would
isn't
not wanna
human
stay in
or
your house.
non-human. It's am I familiar with them or am I not familiar with them? Like, for instance, if I have a dog
Dean
that I
cannot
love,
back himself
I
up.
let my dog sleep in my house even though they're not a human. What a stupid argument.
All right, well, you're racist. You're
has a heartbeat,
hey,
just like the baby.
hey, you're racist then. You're
Okay,
gonna let
I'm
a
not
dog
Trump.
but not a bear?
Do you think that... Wow, I don't even know how to respond to such stupid rage bait. Should I just kick you and move on to a Trump supporter with more than 2 brain cells?
Oh, so you're gonna move on because you're losing the argument.
No, you just called me racist because I'd own a dog
You are
as a pet,
racist.
but not a bear as a pet.
Well, you think a fetus is not like you think a fetus should be able to be killed
Right?
because it's not out of the womb.
Not necessarily my position, but it's okay. Where
Okay,
did race come up?
tell me
in that
why. Tell me
conversation?
why that's not what you just said.
Well, because I described that the reason I think it's okay to kill a fetus is because a fetus isn't expressing sentience. They don't have a mind.
More?
What?
Can you tell me more?
No, that's about it. That's
So
why
you're
I don't think it's
telling
wrong
me-
to kill
you're
the
telling me-
fetus. That's enough.
Dude, you're a weird guy.
Okay, you can call me weird. You can't call me wrong.
Wrong though, because abortion ain't right.
So you're like actually, do you actually believe abortions are
Right,
normal?
listen, you've been asking me a bunch of questions. Let me ask you a question. How many continents are there?
I have no idea and I don't care. Why would I need to know that?
Right, no, you wouldn't need to know that. How many holes do women typically have below the waist?
3.
There's 3, bruh.
Okay, what are they? And I'm talking to the person who said he doesn't know how many continents there were, not the front and the background. So what are they?
I'm not a freak, bruh.
Because you just repeated what your friend said. Okay. So without
Why-
your
why-
friend butting in, who seems to be a little
Hey,
bit
hey.
more intelligent than you, next question. What year are we in?
2026?
Okay, just had to make sure. I just had to make sure. That wasn't one of the questions. I was just making sure. So let's get back on track with the real questions. Perfect. How many senators are there?
I don't know and I do not care.
Okay. Trump is the president, right?
Yes.
How many other
Yes.
presidents have we had before him?
56.
Oh, 46.
What specific policies do you think have been the biggest success of
Spiffy?
Democratic
Spiffy? Miles?
Specific?
Do you mean specific?
That's what I said.
No. You said
Yes.
spiffy.
Specific. Dude, you're a weird guy.
No, not spiffic. Not specific. Specific.
That's how my mom told me to say it.
How do Democrats balance government spending with concerns about the national debt?
Can you spell Democrat?
Democrats.
I didn't ask you to spell Democrats. You're reading off your screen. I asked you to spell Democrat. Oh my god.
Same thing without the S.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Now, I want you to leave the live stream and seek an education, please. Listen, I can't even be mad at you because of how uneducated you are. So I don't know that you support Trump because you're a bad guy. It's possible that you're just a really dumb one. So, and I mean this in a non-confrontational, but rather friendly way. Please seek an education. Please.
What do you support about Kamala Harris?
Kamala is how you pronounce her name, but that's gonna just be a non-starter. Let's just call her Harris.
Bro, I do not care about
I know.
Harris.
Yeah, I know. I know. You don't care about the pronunciation of words, Miles. We've already figured that one out. That's not new, Miles. We know.
All right.
We
Tell
know.
me-
So what do I support? Okay. What do I support about her? Well,
I support that she likes that boys cut their wieners off and make themselves woman.
oh, jeez. Miles, the true savant when it comes to intellectual philosophical discovery of gender identity. No, super true. So do you think that like we shouldn't mutilate the genitalias of children, right?
Mutilate.
Yeah, like we shouldn't do that.
Yeah, what does mutilate mean?
Miles.
Hey, don't be looking at the screen. Don't be looking at the screen.
I don't think I could give you the textbook definition of mutilate, but I don't know. I guess my definition of mutilate would be to violently disform. I think that mutilate has like a negative connotation, so I'm gonna throw like
Hey, look at the camera. Hey,
violently
what does
or
connotation
wrongly.
mean? What does connotation mean?
What does the word connotation mean?
Yeah.
He's searching it up.
I'm a political debater. I am not your dictionary for education. I think it's cool you are
So don't
demonstrating.
say words you don't know.
So would you like me to define every single word I've used?
I mean, I would
So
sure
the first
hope
thing that'll
you would know the words that you're saying.
So the first thing that I'll say is, if I didn't know the definition of the word connotation, then why would I know how it's used? Right? But look at who's talking. Miles, you can't even pronounce specific. You didn't know that there's 7 continents. You didn't know that we have 100 senators. Don't pronounce words you don't know. Don't use
How old is
words you
Trump?
don't know.
How old is Trump?
Jesus
How old is Trump?
Christ. 86? On a good day?
See, you don't even know that. You need to get some education.
Okay. Well, honestly, I was about to say 96, but he's probably closer to 80. Last question I have for you. What is one policies of Trump that you support? And when I say policy, I mean a bill passed through
Re-say
Congress and
policies.
signed
I heard
into
that
law.
wrong. Re-say that?
Okay. Evan, thank you for the $8 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love. Can you thank Aiden for the $8 donation, buddy?
Thank you, Aiden.
Aiden, the good boy. Good boy, Miles. Good boy. Aiden, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. And Steven, I appreciate you so much for the $50 as well. Show some love to Aiden and Steven down below in that chat. I appreciate you guys so much for that love and support. You guys are awesome. Aiden and Steven, the goats. Genuinely, thank you guys so much for the love and support. $50 is a shit ton of money. And I'm very grateful for you both. Oh, Jesus Christ, the fetuses. Goodbye, fetuses. Aiden, with a $50, says humiliating and cry, bully MAGA chuds like this guy, while I recover from my FFS procedure. Well, I hope that the recovery period goes well, Aiden, and thank you so very much for the $50 donation. Same thing to you, Steven, with a 50, who says, someday maybe we could get a Dean Educates, and you box independence and undereducated, and we could call it a mental health day. Keep up the good work from Steven. Well, thank you so much, Steven. That's a good idea. Show some love to Aiden and Steven down below in that chat. I don't know what's going on with our guests today. They are literally so uneducated. Every single one of them. This is by far, I think, the worst panel that we've had on TikTok in ages. Welcome in, Nat. Do you support Trump?
I don't. My dad does, and I have him here for you.
Sounds good, Nat. I'm going to go to put a message up on the screen, just saying not to like send you crazy DMs.
Thank you.
And Nat's dad, I'm doing all right. Welcome in, man. I don't know if you've ever watched this stream before, but individuals who are watching have the ability to support me and donate to the stream. And in between guests, I just like to take a moment and thank them. Are you okay with just, patiently waiting for a moment while I catch up on thanking some of the people who've supported the stream?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you for your kindness. Jay, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. I agree, Jay, they were weird. Thank you so much. Ashley, thank you for the $1 as a testo now. And Evan with a $5 who says, how long are you going to be on for today? 4 hours, as per usual. We're going a full 4-hour stream today. Over on PayPal, thank you so much, Brittany, for the $20. Let's get to it. Brittany W. She says, I tried sharing a video from Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine video that my TikTok story was about fascism. It got taken down twice. Crazy how TikTok silences us in the real world. Love you, Dean. Love you too. Brittany, thank you for the $20. I definitely do think that TikTok is very selective with what they don't allow people to share around. I think that they do have a very pro-Trump bias. Over on Super Chat, since we're all caught up on Venmo and PayPal, thank you so much, DeBoss, for the $50. He says, thank you, Dean, for dealing with these people. For those who don't have the time, well, thank you so much for the $50, man, and I really hope that you enjoyed today's stream. That's a huge donation, and I'm very, very grateful for you. Thank you so much. And you actually sent another $200. Holy fuck, DeBoss. That's literally insane. And Mask, thank you for the $100. I want to see see 3,000 Boss W's and 1,000 Mask W's. Boss sent 250, Mask sent 100. What the fuck is going on today? I'm genuinely so grateful for you guys. You guys have just been so kind today. Listen, I will never take it for granted, and I'm so very grateful for y'all's love and support. I just don't understand why you guys think I deserve it. I don't think I deserve it. I'm just very, very grateful, genuinely from the bottom of my heart. Boss with the 200 says, so abortion isn't murder. It's killing, and murder are different. Just, trans people are what they say. Feminism supports men too. Trump is the undeniable worst person. He's the biggest grifter we've had in the government. History and MAGA collectively as one brain cell. Well, I thought your first impression of the average Trump supporter was great. So thank you so much for the $200. I appreciate you so much for the love, boss. You did great. And I agree. MAGA sucks, dude. Mask with $100 says, please do not give up. I deal with this IRL all the time. You're being heard and you're loved. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $100 Mask. And the purpose and point of these live streams is to reduce how often you deal with it IRL, so we could hopefully change the minds of the majority, right? Thank you for the $20 Alien Cat Tattoo, who says he called you a weird guy. Well, appears to being a weirdo. Oh yeah, that last guy was calling me a weird guy. He was definitely qualified to do so. No, I agree. All right, we're ready to go. Folks, if you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, the link tree, my bio on TikTok. Pin message on that other place, and the is right there. Dean Withers without Dean Withers. Great way to support the stream, ask a question, or to get a message across. Sir, thank you for your patience. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump as president.
All right. Thank you, Dean. Hey, your ability to speak really fast is very impressive.
I'll try to slow it down.
No, it's awesome. I love it. So we're in the fourth turning. So we had George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, all in fourth turning presidencies. Though imperfect he is, as we all are, he's managing our World War III so it doesn't get kinetic. We have to defeat communism. Back in let's go back to the Revolutionary War. There was a third of Americans that supported the revolution, a third that were supporting the Tories, a third that were in the middle. Now we have a third that are supporting communism, a third that are patriots, and a third in the middle. So we need a strong leader to navigate us through this fourth turning to a better future for you and all Americans, really.
Can you describe World War III that we're apparently in right now, and we're fighting communists in World War III?
It's happening in Newark, New Jersey. It's happening in Seattle. It's happening in LA. It's the Red-Green Alliance that is working to bring down our nation, and they're using platforms like TikTok to do so. They're just poisoning the American youth to hate our country.
Do you think that I'm poisoning the American youth to hate our country?
No, I think you're offering good debate, and I love that.
And who specifically is poisoning the youth?
Who specifically? Well, if you're an MSNBC or whatever they are now, watcher, even if you're Fox News watcher,
MSNBC kind of has a lot of the same things to say that I do.
What's that?
Yeah, I said that MSNBC has a lot of the same things to say that I do. So I just want to clarify that you think communists have started World War III from within by poisoning the minds of our youth in America, and Donald Trump is fighting back against that.
He's our president that is America first, even though right now we don't think he's doing a great job in Israel first. But he's our best option to get through this strife, maybe.
Yeah, this is some wild.
To the higher.
This is
why? Why do you think that's crazy shit?
Yeah, this is genuinely like, where's my tinfoil hat at? You know what I mean? Like, this isn't even.
All right. Come on, man. Just let's get to it.
Okay. All right. How about I start responding?
Do you have a good sense of history?
So let me start responding. I agree that there's political strife and division in America right now, but I think that Donald Trump created it. Okay. Like, first and
Yeah.
foremost, of course, we're going to have political strife when half of our
We have
country
to
is saying
fight.
that rapists probably shouldn't be in positions of power. Then the other 50% is saying, I don't care
You're
that a
going
court
to
determined he was a
the
rapist.
name
Let's make him
calling,
president.
of course.
No, I'm like giving you an example of why the political animosity and division
Where
that exists in the
all
country
right,
today
so-
does exist in the country today. It has to do with the
You
fact
go to
that Donald
rapists,
Trump
you're
isn't
not.
just fundamentally bad,
But you're
but he's
losing.
significantly worse than other politicians that we've had in the past, to the extent where the party lines
All right,
are
name
not
one
being
better.
drawn on the basis of, I don't know, like small disagreements in tax policy, but rather being drawn on the basis of fundamental human rights. You know what I mean? Like 50% of the country does
You went
not
off the
support
rails,
ICE
dude.
agents executing citizens in broad daylight. The other 50% does. 50% of the country does not support our president Trump calling
have
for the
to- if
execution
we're
of
gonna
6
have a
sitting Democrats in
debate, you have
Congress.
to go
The other
into
50%
facts.
does.
You have to get into facts if you want to have a meaningful debate.
Well, I mean, it's a fact Trump is a rapist. A civil court held him liable, unanimous
All right.
jury, 9-0. Okay, it's a fact that an ICE agent has executed, for instance, Alex Preddy by shooting him 12 times to the back when he was on the ground unarmed. And it's a fact that Donald Trump called for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress by saying that they should be hung for treason.
I'm not buying it.
Okay, what would you like evidence for first? Because I could provide you evidence for all 3 of those claims.
All right, go with the rapist one first. Because was he convicted, or what's this? What's this rapist one?
Yeah, so
Let's
he's
go
found-
with that.
So he was found guilty in a court for rape. I'll show you the jury verdict form where all
In New
9
York City.
unanimous jurors agreed. I don't know if it was in New York City, but regardless of
I'm
where it
pretty sure it
was,
was New York City. I remember it,
well, so
and it was it was kicked out.
So first and foremost, here's a jury verdict form. Then the unanimous jury of 9 agreed to sexual abuse because he forcefully
But why
penetrated.
are you going to rape when we're in a war? I mean, is that your argument? Really? Come on.
So I
Do
thought that
better.
may I thought
Do
that
better.
maybe. So the war that we're in, like for instance with Iran, was also started by Trump. So are you essentially saying that, well, the rapist is a rapist, but we should no longer talk about the fact that the rapist is a rapist because
Well, all
the
right, so
rapist
you're
started a
saying
war?
that we shouldn't have
Like,
a
doesn't
leader
that, like,
because he
is it like
allegedly
a
raped
rapist who
someone
started a
in
war that's killed like
in
hundreds
a
of people worse
dressing
than a
room?
rapist who's not started a war that's killed like, doesn't it only make it
I
worse?
mean, come on, dude. You're a debater. You have to do better.
Okay. So the other thing that you said there is that it was allegedly. No, sir. A jury decided this. They found him guilty.
In a
There's nothing
in a
alleged about
dressing
it.
room.
Yes.
One of the most popular, well-known people in New York walked into a dressing room in a high-end department store and raped a girl.
Yes.
Is that? And you're buying that?
That's what a court proved.
Okay.
Would you like the evidence?
So now we know where you're at.
Well,
But
yeah, I base my
it's-
beliefs off of evidence, not baseless conspiratorial gibberish off of Facebook. Like, I could go over the evidence.
Do you really want to? I mean, you want to know why I support Trump, and you just go to rape. Like, you know,
How about this?
why don't you bring up Epstein Island?
How about this? I want to
You
ask
know?
you a question, and this is still on the topic of sexual violence, but this is a bit easier to prove because it doesn't require going through like different forms of
about
evidence, and it's
saving
just a
our
bit easier
country?
for. Okay, whatever. We'll talk about saving our country first. Donald Trump is clearly not saving our country. Every facet and avenue about our country is worse off today than it was a year and a half ago when he walked into office. And in fact, I could prove this with the following question. What is one indicator of the economy, GDP, inflation, jobs, that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago when Donald Trump walked into office?
How about when Biden was president? You want to use that metric?
So we definitely can talk about Biden as soon as we're done talking about Trump. I'm more than happy to do so, sir. So can you name one factor of the economy that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago?
Yeah, I can give you a real life scenario, and my business is exploding right now. I can't keep up with the demand.
Okay. That's good for you. Good for you. Happy to hear that you're doing well. Okay, but that's not representative of the majority. So when we want to evaluate
How many
like
people
generalized,
do you know that like do industry, steel mills,
Okay.
oil and gas.
Thank you
the things
for-
that make our country run. Do you talk to them, or you just talk to these people that are living in their basements and playing video games?
Well, most like Trump supporters are unsuccessful, like unemployed chuds living in their parents' basement playing video games. So, shoot for the latter there.
I am
But
not one of them.
I'll happily respond to what you said. You said that your business is doing great right now. Good for you. Good to hear. All right. I wouldn't expect your business to be performing terribly because the economy is performing terribly. Because when the economy is performing bad, this doesn't mean that every business and every person suffers. It just means that there's more businesses and more people that are suffering now than they were before. Similarly, when an economy is doing good, that doesn't mean that every business and every person is flourishing. It just means that there's more businesses and people flourishing now than there were before. All right? So like, for instance, during the Great Recession, right, Amazon was popping the fuck off. All right? And then during, like, I don't know, like the golden days of the economy in like the 70s, for instance, Exxon was failing in Mesa County, Grand Junction.
I can promise you that.
Okay, well,
The
80s. I'm just trying to give you like examples here of how when we're like experiencing
I have
massive
real-life
periods
experience.
of economic boom, we will still accept some companies and some people to be performing terribly. And when we're experiencing periods of economic recess, well, we're still going to be expecting some companies and some people to be performing well. That's like some people do good, some people do bad. But the fact of the matter is today, significantly more people and more companies are doing bad than they were a year and a half ago when Biden was president.
I think you're terribly wrong. And I'm sorry, but respectfully, I think you don't live in the real world. Do you besides this, I see you make a shit ton of money here, but like, do you go out in the world and like have to make anything?
Do you have to make anything? Well, I think that's an odd question.
Like, do you use your hands? Do you own?
My blue collar? The closest thing I've ever been to blue collar was working at Wendy's when I was 17.
But I get it. You're making a good income here.
Listen, you're telling me that I don't live in the real world. I absolutely disagree, but it's completely irrelevant because I don't use my personal experiences to justify my claims about the economy. I use data from institutions. Like, for instance, the Bureau of Labor Statistics tells us. What's that?
Institutions are flawed, like every other institution we
You think
have.
that they just like generate claims with bias?
Oh, absolutely, they do.
Okay, well, can we agree that like
They're
Trump's Bureau of Labor Statistics is going to have like a pro-Trump bias then because it's being led by one of his installees?
Could be. We don't know.
Okay. Well, they're reporting that the economy is much worse off today than it was a year and a half
Institutions
ago.
are pure in giving you good data. Seriously?
I think sometimes they can be, sometimes they aren't. As it relates to economic data, they're pretty damn reliable. Okay, right? Because it's audited and it's public, right? So they have to be reliable, or else their
And
jobs
why are they correcting
and their
it
futures
every
are on the
3
line
months?
to be
They're
more
always
reliable.
correcting it.
Yeah, you're talking
Like
about jobs
employment
reports.
data.
Yeah, jobs reports, employment data. So the way that jobs reports work is they use preliminary economic indicators to generalize and make like a good estimate of, for instance, how many jobs.
All DC.
Can I finish speaking without you interrupting me?
Fucking deep staters, and they make their best estimate in air quotes, and then they have to correct it 3 months later.
Yeah.
Oh, the jobs report is a lot better than we estimated 3 months ago.
Right, because 3 months ago they used preliminary data that just gives a general estimation, and then they spend the next 3 months after that,
like, don't know shit about the economy to make these estimates, and then when the real numbers come in, they're like, "Oh, we're wrong again."
Okay, so that's not necessarily true. They're actually right more often than they're wrong insofar as, well, do we gain jobs or lose jobs? And the reason why they release those estimates 3 months before the exact figures is just to give better data and more transparency to the American people and American businesses. It's
But
good.
it's all
I like
false
it.
and bullshit. You know?
Well, because there's an expectation of the estimates not being precise, I don't think they're doing anything wrong.
Yeah. You have way more confidence in our institutions than you should. as
Okay,
a
well,
young
if
person.
if we don't have any level of confidence in any institution whatsoever, well, then we can't truly know anything about the macro level performance of the American economy. All of a sudden,
Exactly.
we're just
That's
all
why you have
reduced
to
down
take
to like our
control.
personal anecdotes.
You got to take control of the situation. You're the next generation coming up. You can't believe all the bullshit you're hearing.
Dude, says the guy that supports a rapist 34 count felon as president.
All right.
Like earlier,
We
you were
went
talking
back
about
to
you were talking about the
That
deep
makes
state.
sense.
You know, like the corrupt politicians. But then when you have a corrupt politician staring you in the face, dude's a 34 count felon rapist who's publicly boasted about
Hey,
sexual exploitation
dude, let
and
me
created a
give
new
you
system of
news.
justice that applies to you but doesn't apply to him. And he's concealing and covering up for the predators and rapists in the Epstein files and illegally redacting the credible accusations against him. Will you say, oh no, this man's America first? No, he is the deep state, dude.
Hey, let me give you a news flash. They're all corrupt. So you have to pick the best horse to get us over the finish line.
And he's the most corrupt. I mean, where were Harris's felonies?
He
Where
is
was
not.
Harris's new
He's
system
a-
of justice
he
where
was
she
a
can't be prosecuted for the crimes that
businessman.
you commit?
He isn't some fucking Yale or Harvard dude. You know what I mean?
How about this?
Come
Let me ask you this question. By the way, some of the most corrupt people I know are businessmen. Just saying. All right. But
I'm not corrupt.
here's the question that I have for you. Would you stop supporting Trump if you knew for a fact, not just like liberal communist hearsay, if you knew for a fact that he had engaged in sexual violence?
It would bother me for sure, but all of them are evil demons.
Would you let
for
me
sure?
alone in a,
You know what I
in a
mean?
room with him?
They're all evil demons. You got to left, right, center. Once you get into that fucking DC swamp, it's controlled by demons, and you just got to know that going in. You know, so if you don't have a good moral compass,
I'm taking that answer as a yes. So you would continue to support him because you think that they're all like really bad people. So can you explain to me the worst thing that you think Kamala Harris has ever done?
I just don't think she's a leader. She couldn't even talk in sentences.
So that's not the question that I asked you. Can you answer the question that I asked
don't want her on the fucking nuclear button. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I don't want her in charge of our military, our economy, none of it.
Okay.
Absolutely
But
not.
can you
I want a
answer the question that I
confident
asked you?
What? I
Name
thought I
one
did.
bad thing she's done.
Like, how is she a demon? How is she evil?
Oh God. I you got me on. I gotta think of a specific one there because I put her in the rearview mirror. You know what I mean? And once I put someone in the rearview mirror, they're gone. I don't waste my time
You can just say she's a
remembering
woman.
what they did. You know what I mean? I'm thankful that she's not there, and what her sins are, it's not my problem anymore.
Yeah, well, here's the issue. Because I just asked you if you would stop supporting Trump as president if you know for a fact that he had engaged in sexual violence. And your response was yes, because I think that all other politicians are comparably as evil as sexual predators.
Oh,
but then when I ask you to like describe to me how, like Harris was comparably as evil as a sexual predator, you can't do it. So maybe you're wrong. Maybe maybe she wasn't comparably as bad as a sexual predator.
Video from I don't know, the 80s.
Do you think that men are better at leading than women?
What's that?
Do you think that men are better at leading than women?
Inherently, I guess it's in our DNA. I mean, it's just since the beginning of time, men have always led, but that doesn't make them better. You know, there's always strong women that are good at leading for sure.
So that was a politician two-faced answer. You started off by saying inherently, yes, they are better at leading, but then you finished by saying, well, they're actually not inherently better at leading. There's a bunch of strong women.
No,
out
they
there.
kind
So which one
of
is it?
are because it's in our DNA to lead.
Okay.
We lead our families. We lead our businesses. You know what I mean? We're supposed to be leaders as men. You know what I mean?
Says
That's
who?
our roles.
Says who?
As
says like other men.
no, God.
Says God. So God says that men are better at leading than women. So what are the biological differences that God designed to be different between men and women that make men better at leading than women?
I'll have to tell you when I get to the other side because I don't know DNA.
You don't know. So, well, then how do you know that it's really hard coded into us?
Well, look back in history.
Okay.
You tell me.
So you're saying in history there's been more male leaders than
All
female
right,
leaders?
there's
I
been,
agree.
Joan of Arc. She was a damn good leader.
Listen, I agree that there has been more male than female leaders throughout history, but I don't think that's because men are better. I think that's because they've oppressed women and prevented them from being leaders, even
But
if the
how did
women
Joan
were
of
better
Arc-
than them.
How did Joan of Arc excel? You know,
Because even though the system of oppression existed, it doesn't mean that in all scenarios it would prevent them with certainty, right?
damn straight.
But
I mean,
it just significantly
reduced
reduced their opportunity, right? And yeah, like for instance, the Joan of Arc had to be significantly better at leading than like any male counterpart that led at that same time. Significantly better at leading to even get into the position that she was. Astronomically better. But listen, the point that I want to make
But
here
here
is
in
just
America,
because
I think we're better set for a woman to excel in a leadership position than any other time in our history.
well, I mean, you're actively telling me that maybe one of the reasons you didn't vote for Harris is because she was a woman.
No,
So
because
it seems
she's
like
horrible.
okay, what made her horrible?
Has no leadership. She hasn't done a thing in her life, really. She hasn't run a business. All she did was drink wine and go to, I don't know, liberal freaking think tanks.
Yeah.
I mean, and
So
she
that
has
was some
one,
that was
name
some
me
dumb
one
shit.
accomplishment. Kamala, whatever
Kamala?
the fuck her name is.
Okay, stop. Don't swear.
Oh, can't swear. I'm sorry.
One accomplishment of Harris's? Oh, I don't know.
Well,
She was the
outside
vice president
government.
of the
Give me
United States
one
of
thing.
America?
You what?
I don't know. Maybe one big accomplishment of Harris's is that she was literally the vice president of the United States of America,
But give me
the
one
senator.
outside of government. Like, did she do anything before?
Yeah. Well, it actually seems like you have a friend, and I'll tell you about that. Hey, Tony.
Go ahead.
Tony, I saw you in the
Go
comment
ahead.
section
Okay.
call Kamala Harris a prostitute.
She was a call girl.
And then I read your.
She
and
was
then-
younger. She was a call girl.
So when I'm reading your bio, it says sharing thoughts on love, faith, and healing. So do you think that you're being really loving and faithful by just calling random women call girls?
So you jumped to that to accuse me because you can't come up with that because you know she was a call girl.
Well, what's the evidence of
She
that,
was-
Tony?
It's well known, dude.
Do
She
you
worked in the fucking night.
do
she
you
worked
agree
in
with
a
this,
nightclub.
Nat's dad?
She
Do you
worked
agree
in
with
a-
this?
Well, what was that dude in San Francisco? Brown?
Really,
worked
Brown?
for?
She was a call girl.
Okay, so it seems like they both
The only
think
reason
that
why
Harris
she
was a
vice
prostitute.
president, she lost her vice president election. She was appointed into vice president, so she didn't earn nothing. She didn't win nothing. They put her
Okay.
there.
Right. Because vice presidents
Just
are
like they
selected.
get her in to run it up.
Because vice
She was
presidents are
selected.
selected. As all
She
vice
was
presidents
selected.
as all vice presidents are. Now, Tony, what's the evidence that she was a prostitute outside of the fact that she's a woman?
Go do your research.
Okay,
Look
well,
it
I
up.
have, and when I do my research, I don't see that she was ever a prostitute. I see that she was a lawyer, and then she was the DA of San
call girl.
Francisco, then she was the AG of
She
the
was
state
a
of
call girl.
California, then she was the senator of the
worked
state
at-
of California, then she was the vice president of the United States of America. That's what I see when I do my research. So what do you see when you do yours? What's the evidence that she was a call girl?
Where is it? Where she worked in a nightclub? Do you have that?
When did she work in a nightclub? I didn't know that lawyers worked in nightclubs. So where? Look what up?
Find it.
So
Find it.
did
I'm not going to
Harris?
do your research for you. I'm going to tell you. You find it. That way you can see it. She was a
Okay.
call girl.
So the response is that there's no evidence that Kamala Harris ever worked in a nightclub.
I'll tell you what. If I find it, I go back and find it, and you delete your live.
Okay.
If I go find it for you,
Yeah.
you delete your live.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Talk to you soon, Tony. Okay, back to you, Nat's dad. So you think that she wasn't qualified? Then you asked me to name her accomplishments, and then you were saying, well, name her like accomplishments out of government. Well, like she dedicated her life to government. So of course, a vast majority of her accomplishments are going to be those in government. Like imagine if like there's a really successful entrepreneur who is able to like become like a, multi-millionaire. and then I were to say, well, name this guy's accomplishments outside of business and him being an entrepreneur. Well, if he's dedicated his life to being an entrepreneur, maybe I wouldn't expect him to have any earth-shattering accomplishments outside of his entrepreneurship. You know what I mean? But her accomplishments inside of government are really good. Okay, she served as the DA of San Francisco. Her biggest accomplishment when she was the DA was setting up a system where first-time drug offenders... Well, actually, Donald Trump said it was great 15 years ago when she was DA. But she set up a system where first-time drug offenders, instead of going to jail, would actually just go into a job program, stay out of jail, and get back on their feet. And then she was AG of the state. And then she was senator of the state. And then she was vice president. And I would say that her biggest accomplishment to date was running on damn good domestic policy for the United States in the 2024 election. An agenda that was for the people. Well, it didn't work out for her because of people like you, Mr. Nat's dad.
Mind you, I'm a social worker for homeless veterans. And so, hey, Dad was kind of speaking against everything.
No, I support exactly what you do.
Okay, so you support helping homeless veterans. How has Donald Trump helped homeless veterans?
Not at all.
I don't know. He's trying to he rebuilt the VA in his first term.
Nope, we took away their funding, actually.
Yeah, she's actually telling the truth. So in his first term, he defunded the VA by a little and then just kind of repassed the same policy that Obama did, like the VA's Mission Act. And then so far in his second term, he's really gutted the VA. He's fired something like 45,000 employees.
Because they're probably awful people that are taking advantage of our veterans.
Right. Yeah. The nurses and doctors that work at the VA take advantage of veterans. That's a pretty stupid thing to say.
But just so you know, Congress funds agencies.
Do you see how you have such a bias? Like you just try to find a way to justify literally anything Trump ever does.
No, I'm not. I'm just living in reality.
Okay, what's the best policy Trump has ever passed? Keep in mind a policy is a bill influenced to get passed through Congress and signed into law.
I would say the big, beautiful bill.
Okay,
what?
And why do you... I'm not even opening. So why do you like the big, beautiful bill?
Well, it lowers the burden on American taxpayers. It allows companies to amortize equipment and capital expenses in the first year. It lowers income taxes for all Americans.
Have you read it?
It's an American first legislation. It's not. I just want our people to do well.
So here are the facts. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the Big Beautiful Bill effectively reduces the purchasing power of the average American, making it at or under $51,000 per year. Another fact is, according to the CBO, which is ran by Republicans, it takes health care away from 10 million low-income Americans when we already have 51,000 that die every year via lack of access to health care. Food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans. College grants away from graduate students, so no more highly educated workforces. All at the cost of $5 trillion, marking the most expensive policy ever passed through the American Congress. It is not an American first bill. It is America's last bill. The big, beautiful betrayal.
I can't argue because I don't have the facts. You're not showing me what you're looking at. So
I did cite you my evidence, for the claim that reduces the purchasing power of over half of America. It is specifically coming from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities.
Well, I can't argue those because, like I said, you have these facts in front of you, and I do not.
How about this? Would you stop supporting Trump if he baselessly, with no reason at all, called for the execution of Democrats in Congress?
That wouldn't be a good move. You shouldn't. I mean, I know they tried to kill him several times.
No, the Democrats in Congress did not try to kill Donald Trump.
And then in Florida.
No, you're
You know,
equivocating. The
it's
Democrats in
funny,
Congress
like,
have never
you
tried to
all
kill Donald Trump.
support the execution and assassination
Mhm.
of your rivals, such as Charlie Kirk
Mhm.
and Donald Trump,
Mhm.
but we haven't killed anybody on our side.
Would you ever make somebody president who like wants Democrats
No, why
to
don't
get
you answer
executed?
that? Like,
well, I mean, the answer
Charlie
is that you're
Kirk
just
is in the
equivocating.
fucking ground, dude.
Like you
And
saying that the
someone tried to
Democrats in
kill
Congress.
Trump twice.
Yeah, this is like me saying that you tried to kill
answer
Obama
that.
because he had 12 attempts on his life. You killed Melissa
Someone got a
Hortman.
shot off.
You killed Melissa Hortman. You're equivocating. No, clearly the Democrats in Congress did not try to kill Charlie Kirk, did not try to kill Donald Trump, and you're equivocating to blame shift. Okay? And if you're going to sit here and condemn people who cheer on the assassination of Donald Trump or Charlie Kirk, then you better as well as hell sit here and say that Donald Trump is a terrible president because he called for the execution of Democrats in Congress. And in fact,
if he got
I don't think
assassinated,
that
would
you
you
will
cheer
be able
that?
to name a single Democrat in Congress who has called for the execution of Republicans in Congress the same way Donald Trump has
because
called for
you
their
don't
death.
want to listen. You only want to hear your side.
No, because we care about human rights.
You know? I mean,
So just to clarify, are you telling me that you would not support Donald Trump if he called for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress?
yeah, no one wants people to get assassinated.
Donald Trump
on
does.
either side.
Donald Trump does. I'll show you.
Oh,
Here's his
come
tweets.
on.
The President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, tried unlawful orders by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would."
Yep. That is actually true. Seditious was punishable by death in our country.
So did they engage in seditious behavior by telling the military to not follow any unlawful orders if they're given one by Trump?
Yeah, it's sedition.
Really?
I mean,
that is
they
sedition.
shouldn't- Yeah.
Do you
For
know
sure.
do you know what the UCMJ is?
I do not. Why don't you educate me on that, Dean?
That's a uniform code of military justice. Okay? And it's essentially like laws for servicemen and women. Because they need special laws that don't apply to civilians like you and me. Right? Like they can't run away from combat, they can't like lie about an injury to leave the military. Like all these things are like illegal and could lead to punishment. Okay? But specifically, Section 80, Section 90, and Section 92 of the Unicode form of military justice, okay, specifically enforce and inform members of our military that if they are given an unlawful order, they cannot follow it. And if they do, they could be tried and found guilty. Right? Exactly what these Democrats in Congress said. So if you think that they were engaging in sedition, do you think that the Uniform Code of Military Justice is also seditious by nature?
I do not.
Okay.
I think Trump was using hyperbole to prove a point that they were being seditious, in that if you're in the government, especially as a congressperson, you shouldn't be usurping the president's authority as commander-in-chief.
So 15 seconds ago, you literally did say what they said was seditious, but you're backing down off that. And then second of all, I want to let you know that you seem to have a fundamental misunderstanding on the nature of the federal government. Okay?
I do not.
The purpose of the
Trust me.
existence of the legislative branch is to, in a sense, check the power of the executive branch. Same thing goes for the Supreme Court, and same thing goes for the executive branch. Why? Because we have 3 co-equal branches of government. So when Congress says, right, that members of our military have to obey by only lawful orders, and if they're given an illegal order from the president, they're going to go to jail. Well, that's just actually Congress serving their main function, which is to check the other two co-equal branches
Congress
of
as
government.
a body,
But I would like
not
to let you know
Congress as an
that the
individual
power
person.
that underpins, okay, that the authority behind the claim that you cannot follow illegal orders from the president actually isn't Congress. It's the Constitution. Most predominantly the Supremacy Clause of the second article that prohibits any withholding from the federal government to be unconstitutional by nature, making, okay, an unconstitutional or illegal order from the president non-binding and traitorous.
So this is where your argument is flawed. Congress is a body, not individuals in the body.
Which changes nothing.
If the Congress as a body comes together and votes on a particular action that they view as being illegal, that's one thing.
They
But
did.
individuals
The UCMJ.
within the Congress trying to use their voice to undermine our commander-in-chief is a completely different thing.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. You're like literally like insane. No, so they
No,
did come
I'm
together and they
sorry.
did vote on
I've
the
been on this earth a lot
UCMJ,
longer.
and it seems to have driven you mad. The Congress did come together and they did vote on the UCMJ, the legislation that
No.
prohibits members
What
of our
you're talking about
military
is like
from
Maggie
following
Gerlander
illegal orders
up
from the
here.
president.
You're talking apples and oranges.
Also, by the way, you seem to be like fundamentally misunderstanding the nature of our government if you think that anybody is undermining the president by reminding people that they have to follow the Constitution. The Constitution does usurp the presidency, does usurp Congress,
It
does
does, I
usurp
agree
the
with that.
Supreme Court. And it's the
But
Constitution
you're
that
cherry-picking
inevitably
these-
prohibits
these-
members of our
these
military
leftists.
from following illegal orders.
You're picking out the situation with these leftist Congress people trying to usurp and
Do you think that the UCMJ is
undermine
trying
the
to usurp
president.
and undermine the presidency because the UCMJ tells members of our military to not follow illegal orders from the president? Like you
I don't
think
know,
that Donald
dude.
Trump should be a dictator?
You're stretching with that one.
No, if I'm stretching with that one, then you're stretching by making that same allegation against the congressmen and women.
They obviously were trying to make a political point in the ICE actions at the time.
You know, this was about the
that-
National Guard because Donald Trump was
Right.
illegally deploying the National Guard around the country. The
That's illegal.
Supreme Court 6-3 leaning gave their opinion that he did illegally deploy the National Guard to Illinois. That's what the Supreme Court said.
I don't have that in front of me, so you might be right. I'll give you that.
Okay, but but regardless, it doesn't matter if Donald Trump was actually giving an illegal order or not. Okay, the congressmen and women are well within their First Amendment right to freedom of speech to remind members of our military of the oath that they took to uphold the Constitution and the laws in which they have to abide by, specifically the UCMJ, and which prohibits them from following illegal orders. There's nothing treasonous or seditious about that. So Donald Trump's allegation that they were engaging in treason, that they were engaging in sedition, and therefore we should hang them, was baseless and amounted to him baselessly calling for their execution.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you really think he would construct gallows on the lawn in front of the White House and hang Congress people?
No shit he would. He said he wanted to. You can't, come on, dude, me. Listen.
Come on.
Listen, if
You really think
imagine
that
that
he
like
would
imagine that like I'm on a camping trip. So it's not like I could just go to a KFC. But while I'm
gotta
on this
know
camping
about
trip, I say, God, I would really like some KFC. Well, the sentiment that I'm communicating is if I had the option to eat KFC right now, which I don't because I'm camping, I would eat KFC right now. When Donald Trump is like, hang them, all right, what he's saying is, if I had the option to hang them, but obviously I don't because of the Constitution and the Congress and everything, I would hang them. Remember what all the J6ers
He
were
was just
chanting about
stating
Mike
facts
Pence?
that
The
back in the
people
day-
that he pardoned?
He was just stating fact that people were hung for sedition.
That's
You
a
know?
very
He
terrible
didn't
counter argument. He said that
No,
they were guilty of sedition and they should be hung.
I don't know. Throw that tweet up again.
Truth Social. I can throw. Oh no.
President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, defied unlawful orders by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death."
No, not-
And then he
it
reposted a
says-
comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would."
But that last one wasn't a Donald Trump.
Yeah, it was a Donald
Because it had
Trump
a different
repost.
Truth Social.
It had a
It's-
different. It wasn't from his Truth Social account.
He reposted it on his Truth Social account.
No, but if you go back and look at that screenshot, it's not him.
The president of the United States of America, Donald Trump, is now demanding
Just go to the end.
execution,
I am.
more specific, quote unquote, hang them,
Right there.
George Washington, quote unquote. Do you see how it says he retruthed at the top? Washington would. This is the most dystopian. Do you see how at the top it said Donald J. Trump retruthed? He reposted it to his account.
He did.
Right.
Well, that's Donald Trump for you.
Point taken, my
he
God.
throws down. You know what I mean? But
Which is why
realistic-
he shouldn't be
I mean,
president, because he wants to kill
why are
his
we
political
still-
opposition.
No, he has very.
Dude, he
Like, we
reposted
should
something
be
that
out
says,
of Iran now,
kill your...
and he's just
Dude,
keep
he
letting
literally
them
reposted
get
a
away
comment
with
that
shit.
says, kill Democrats.
No one, including him, wants to kill Democrats.
Dude,
promise.
it said, hang them. Who's
I
them? The
know.
Democrats in Congress. What happens to somebody when you hang them? They die. He literally reposted something that says, kill Democrats.
Language like that. That's his personality. You gotta.
That's why he shouldn't be president. Our president should not have a personality type that leads them to publicly call for the killing of their political opponents. I can't do it.
I guess that's why we love him. You know what I mean?
That's why you should hate him. You're insane if that means you should love him.
No,
Remember
because
earlier
he's
when you were
taking it down.
This is
We want him to
crazy.
take down the
What do
deep
you-
state.
What do you
And
mean you love him because he calls oh my god, you
No,
are such a
I
virtue
don't-
signaler. Earlier you were like saying, "Oh, all those nasty Democrats who are like celebrating Kirk's death and oh, that sick fuck who tried to take out Trump." But then like when Donald Trump says kill Democrats, you're like, "That's why I love him." You're
Because
insane,
he talks
dude.
in hyperbole. He's
Oh,
not actually.
we need to
gonna
read
kill
between the lines.
Democrats.
We need to read between the lines on this one. Huh?
The left wants people.
Why don't
to
we
die.
just start reading between the lines on everything? So, like, for instance, when I'm like a parent and my child is in high school and they bring me their phone and they show me a concerning text from that weird guy in class who says, "Don't come to school tomorrow. I'm going to kill everyone." Well, I'm going to say, well, if we just read between the lines, I'm sure he's engaging in
dude.
hyperbole.
Come
And
on.
kiddo, you're going
You're
to school, buddy.
stretching.
You're good to go. Right? You know, we just need to read between the lines on everything. You
Oh,
know
come
what?
on, dude.
How do you even know I'm not a Trump supporter? Maybe you should try reading between the lines. Maybe there's some greater hyperbole that I'm using when I say I'm not a Trump supporter that means something other than I'm not a Trump supporter and I actually am a Trump supporter, because apparently words don't fucking matter anymore. Because when you say, even though Donald Trump posted a comment that says kill Democrats, he doesn't actually
didn't
want to kill
say
Democrats.
kill
It's just hyperbole.
Democrats.
All of a sudden words don't matter.
You-
Because we
you-
could just
you went
interpret
too
words to mean
far with
whatever the
that-
fuck we
with
want
that.
to.
You went too far. He didn't say kill Democrats.
Wait,
He
what do you
said
mean?
seditious
What do you mean when you say
behavior was
he didn't say
on-
he does want to kill Democrats? What do you mean when you say that? Because now that words don't matter, I have no clue, okay, what
Blow
message
it up
you're attempting to
again. He
communicate
didn't
to
say
me.
kill Democrats.
Yeah,
He
you just said
said
hang them.
Sedition was punishable by hanging.
And
And
then
that
he
is absolutely true.
And then he said that
You
these
know
Democrats who
Benedict
weren't
Arnold
guilty
is?
Oh my God. And then he said that these Democrats who were not guilty of treason are guilty of treason. And then he reposted a comment that says hang them. You cannot be this dense.
You know what Benedict Arnold is? Was he seditious?
Can you please engage with the last thing I said?
Repeat.
You said he didn't say kill Democrats. He just said that the punishment for sedition
No.
is death, which is true.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't
It
just
is
say.
true, and it should be true.
Listen to what I'm saying. He didn't just say that the punishment for sedition is death. He also said they're guilty of sedition, and he reposted a comment that says hang them. Right? Like, imagine this. Are you a pedophile? No?
Excuse me?
You're not a pedophile? Great. Well, I think pedophiles deserve to die. You're a pedophile. We should kill you. Now, how insane would it be for one of my viewers to say, Dean didn't call for his execution. He didn't call for his... He just said that pedophiles should die, and that's true. Okay, well, that'd be really
I wouldn't
bad
argue with
faith of
that.
one of my viewers. Because I didn't just say that pedophiles should die. I falsely and explicitly accused you of being one. And then I explicitly either said or reposted that you should die. It's kind of the false allegation of the Democrats being treasonous and the whole they should die, we should hang them part that I care about.
But anyone who just joined, he's not a pedophile, and please don't follow me.
Yeah. This guy...
If I'm a pedophile, I should die, for sure.
Right, but you're not a pedophile, right?
What?
But you're not a pedophile, right?
I do not support or have I ever been a pedophile.
Right. So if I were to falsely call you a
You
pedophile...
can put a gun in my
So
head
if I
and
were to
pull my
falsely
brains out.
call you one and then say you should die, that would be really bad to do, right?
Yeah, but the
Right.
Sedition 7 or whatever the hell they are, they actually put their words online.
Right. They're constitutionally protected words, right? Backed up by law and backed up by the Constitution. It is true that if you're a member of our military and Trump gives you an illegal order, you don't need to follow it.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of guys that are in prison that did what they did. You know?
Can you give me an example?
I wish I could. But
Nat?
can you
One
give me
second.
your
Nat?
contact information? I'll give you some info later.
Nat, I appreciate you. I appreciate you for getting your dad on. This is as far as I'm willing to take it.
Okay, I understand.
Hey, brother. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Have a good one. I'm dying today. This is so bad. This VOD has got to be one of the craziest ones on my YouTube channel. Oh my God, Laura, I appreciate you for the $25 donation on Venmo. Let's get 250 Laura W's down below in that chat. Laura says, I don't even have words at this point. Anyways, thank you for continuing to try. I appreciate you, Laura. You heard my sigh. I'm in the same fucking spot you are. Show some love to Laura. And Olivia, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. My God, Olivia, that is so kind of you. I want to see 1,000 Olivia W's. That is insanely kind of you. Same thing to you, DeBoss. Thank you so much for another $100 donation on Super Chat. And Full Band, thank you for the $100 donation on Super Chat. Olivia, Boss, and Fool, thank you three so much for the $100 donos. Oh my God. Oh my God. You guys have been so kind today. I'm so very grateful. I don't even know what to say. Genuinely, thank you guys so much. It is just fucking out of this world. 1,000 Olivia W's, 1,000 Boss W's, 1,000 Full W's. From the bottom of my heart, thank you guys so fucking much. Fool with $100 says, a young woman learning that her dad is an idiot and a rape apologist in real time. It's a bummer. Honestly, by the way she reacted, I think she's known for a while. Thank you for the $100. I really appreciate you. Same thing to you, Boss, with $100 as well. He says, so let me correct myself. Not all MAGA share a singular brain cell. There's also sexist men like this who are evil and willfully ignorant and deny all facts and live on feelings. Well, I'm actually going to correct you. I think that we learned at the end there that he also shares that single brain cell. Right? Not only was he like super evil, but he was also super dumb. And then Olivia with $100 who says, I need to spend my money on something good. I appreciate you so much for that love and support, Olivia. I hope that you enjoy the rest of the stream today. Show some love to Olivia, Fool, and Boss down below. Genuinely, Theory, I appreciate y'all so much. Tony, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean, I thank you for welcoming me in. And by the way, I admire him. And here's the reason why I admire him. I admire him because when he came down the escalator the first time, he said, you know what? I could shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and they wouldn't do anything to me. And, Dean, the guy got elected despite everything that you listed that's absolutely true. So my question to you is,
I don't know if
how
like, this
did
is a
he get
liberal
elected not once,
making
but
a joke
twice?
or
How
like
did
a
he-
really evil Trump supporter.
How did he get, just answer the question, how did he get elected despite everything that you listed that's absolutely true?
Damn, dude. I actually don't know if like this is a liberal, like saying, making a joke, Trump sucks, or like I said, a really bad Trump supporter because of misinformation.
Misinformation. Okay, so what is it that the Democrats did to actually beat him? In fact, what you're really good at, Dean, and I'm actually coming to you because I believe you could be a major part of the future of the Democratic Party, except you're caught up in the same thing that got Democrats beat, which is you're telling us everything that is horrible about Trump, yet not coming forward with solutions and policies to win. What Kamala Harris did, she didn't win one Democratic primary. She ran twice, Dean, and she didn't win one Democratic primary. She was selected as the vice president, which is not an accomplishment. Her political accomplishments in California are absolutely dead on.
That's just like stupid.
No, it's dead on. It's dead on, Dean. It's dead on. You were absolutely right about her political accomplishments in California. But here's part of the problem. The Democratic Party has gone way too far to the left, which you win by running to the center and then governing to where you really believe.
No,
and the
the
Democrats have
craziest thing?
failed to run to the center. They've run way too far to the left.
I think that the Democratic Party needs to run even further to the left because its candidates even further to the left than the Democratic Party that appeal to the center.
No, they don't. That's why he was elected.
Zoran Mamdani.
The center. Oh, do you know what Reagan Democrats are?
Zoran Mamdani.
I got it.
Is further to the left than the Democratic Party, and we do not have, we do not have a more appealing to the center politician than him. Who else?
In New York City,
Tallarico.
he did not-
Tallarico is further to the left than the Democratic Party because he doesn't support dark money. He doesn't take any money from PACs or lobbyists. That's obviously something that establishment liberals stand against. That's further left than the Democratic Party. And I don't think there's a better example of somebody appealing to the center than him.
Dean, I think I'm right, but I could be wrong. I know you will know.
Bernie.
Bernie
was like forever like pulls huge in the center.
Tallarico has some sexual allegations against him, does he
I
not?
haven't seen him. No, I haven't seen him. Can you show me them? Can I see them?
So is Tallarico not the person who has his wife coming? Or maybe I apologize. He's down in Texas.
You're
This
thinking
guy's
of
up in
the
Massachusetts. The guy in Massachusetts. Yeah. Okay. So help me understand. Why did the Democrats lose to Donald Trump, even though he has Steve Bannon went to the guy.
Listen, I'm going to answer your question. Then I want you to tell me why you support Trump because that's the purpose of the live.
Go ahead.
Okay. I think that the Democrats lost to Donald Trump because they didn't do something that I do. And that is send the proper messaging and inform the people of what's actually going on. They got absolutely fucking rolled by the GOP for 4 years straight during and after the pandemic with all of the negative economic implications that we saw, like high gas prices, super high inflation, and, bad and turmoil job market for the first year of his administration. And their response to the GOP absolutely fucking rolling them with the misinformation. Biden caused this inflation. Biden's why your gas is so high. Biden's why the economy is bullshit. We're going to roll over, we're going to ignore it, and we're just going to tell everybody that things are fine. When in all reality, if they just responded to that messaging by being like, well, actually, no, that's false. The reason why the economy is admittedly bad right now is because of, I don't know, the pandemic, supply chain disruptions. Every country in the face of planet Earth is facing similar inflationary issues, but we're responding to it the best out of anybody. I mean, look at what we're doing, releasing the oil reserves, increasing drilling on federal lands, rebalancing the price of gas, and bringing down inflation faster than every other country in the G7. Well, then I think that maybe the largest reason why people voted for Trump wouldn't have been the economy when he ran on and is now implementing some of the worst economic policy in modern American history. The biggest reason why the Dems lost in 2024 was messaging.
Right. The messaging was more identity politics than it was that. 100% right. You left that part out. It was the identity politics that they were willing to die on, which I am all for human rights and people to do what they want. But when you push a small niche forward and you want to die on that hill, yes, identity politics, like canceling people because they don't use proper pronouns, or they are audacious enough to say you should not have trans women, girls participating in girls' sports.
Yeah, I think that you're a liar. I think that the right is usurped by identity politics. That's all they ever talk about. Like you just did, trans people. Oh my God, instead of talking about filling the potholes, making life more affordable for the average American. Well, if we just like deflect and distract away from like all the failures of the economy and say that trans people suck and Muslims are a threat, well, then we might be... All the right knows is identity politics.
Dean, that's what... But the Democrats stand on that hill. One of the ads that they used very effectively, the Trump campaign used very effectively, was Kamala Harris advocating for transitioning for prisoners. She said that. They didn't make it up. It wasn't AI. And they didn't do anything to combat that. They didn't come off of that hill. They did not talk about the infrastructure bill. They did not talk about the fact that you're absolutely 100% right, that the inflation came out of Donald Trump's supply chain disruption that happened during COVID. You are
I don't
100%...
think that this guy's actually a Trump supporter. Listen, to respond to your claim about Harris, no, she did talk a lot about her policy. She did the best. Out of like the 4 years of the Biden-Harris admin, when Harris was behind the wheel for re-election, I think that she did pretty good in the time that she had. Like I said, the biggest issue is the lack of messaging from Biden. I think that Biden was a good guy. I think that he passed some good policy for America, domestic policy-wise. Foreign policy was a little bit of a blunder in Israel, but they were admittedly still yet the most anti-war administration in modern American history. But
we could have put up a bet. We could have put up a bet. You just caught me. We could have put up a better candidate. Here's why. Kamala Harris didn't win one Democratic primary.
Sounds good.
She didn't win one Democratic primary.
I'm going to interrupt you here. I'm just going to clarify. Do you support Trump as president?
I do not support him as president, but I admire the fact that he won. And Dean, you are really good at what you do, young man. Okay, you are making a ton of money. But listen quickly. Kamala Harris.
I appreciate you for the interesting dialogue. Okay. More interesting than any other dialogue that we've had today. I don't know if that's saying a lot. All right. I appreciate the fact that you have more than 20 brain cells. I mean, I clearly disagree with the guy, but at least he knows how many. I would assume he knows how many continents there are. But we're gonna go back to talking to Trump supporters. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the box on the opposite side of the queue. If you happen to be MAGA. Olivia, thank you for the 5.
was kind of full of shit, but there's a different thing.
Oh
Dean,
my God, bro, shut up.
Dean, I have to tell you something.
No, you don't.
I was watching something earlier, and honestly, I've been questioning things recently. Because, like the whole Charlie Kirk conspiracy theory. Okay, just be ignorant and kick me then, whatever. Bye. Leave. Bye.
Bye, Liv. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got Bree loading up. Olivia, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying it's my birthday. Happy birthday, Olivia. Show some love to Olivia in that chat. Evan, thank you for the $8. Kyler, thank you for the $10. Who says, I love the poorly educated from Donald Trump. These guys have to be so insufferable. Brother, so bad today. Charlene, thank you for the $20. Who says, we love what you're doing. Well, thank you so much for that love and support, Charlene. Then Ashley, thank you for the $10. Who says, I'm starting to lose hope in humanity. I live in Iowa. Listening to you guys keeps me sane and sober. Thank you for everything that you do. Well, I appreciate you for tuning in. I hope that you have a great day. And I agree, man. These guys suck. But I mean, if there's anything that will hopefully get you to keep some hope in humanity, it's just the fact that, the suckiness of the Trump administration, it seems to be reflected by approval ratings. Let's see here. Andrew, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Carolyn, thank you for the $10, who says, I showed my mom your live streams and she says she loves it and calls you Firecracker Dean. I love that. Tell your mom I said what's good. That's awesome. Hannah with the $5. I appreciate you, Hannah. Shelly with the $10 says, I'm 52, living in Florida, and young people like you, Parker, and Adam Mockler give me hope for my trans daughter's future. Your mom must be proud. Well, I appreciate you so much, Shelly. Shout out to you and your trans daughter. Corbin?
Put on more.
Get out of here. Jackson with the $5, who says, long-time listener, first-time donor. Love listening to you at the gym. You're the GOAT, bro. Appreciate you for the $5, Jackson. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sonny, thank you for the $5. Andrew and Kaylee, appreciate you guys for the $5. And over on Super Chat, thank you for the $100. Anthony, dude. Let's get 1,000 Anthony W's down below in the chat. Holy fuck, the GOAT is back. Anthony, man. You already know this. That's very kind of you. I don't deserve that. That is so much fucking money, and I'm so very grateful for it. I'm very grateful for you. Anthony with $100 says, Dean, what's good? Just supporting you and your defense fund. Just you, bro, on these TDS cultists. Awesome at what you do. You must keep mad aspirin or stay 420. So many excuses in pivoting. I appreciate you for the $100, Anthony. You know, I don't 420. But I asked myself, would it make things easier? And I think that the answer might be yes. Hey, welcome into You Sport Trump.
Dean, what flavor is your anxiety pen?
That's a child's. Oh my goodness gracious. Christopher and Lucky Lazy. Thank you guys so very much for the $100 donations each over on PayPal. Oh my goodness gracious. What the fuck is going on? Show some love to Christopher and Lucky Lazy down below. Holy shit. Christopher the $100 says, Dean, here's a donation for dealing with the crazies tonight. You do such good work. How people say Trump is America first is insane to me. I couldn't agree more, man. Thank you so much for the love. Shout out to you, Christopher. Then Lucky Lazy with $100 says, I saw your last debate with Jill. There isn't enough money in the world for how many people to do what you do, yet you do it with no expectations, with humility, with joy, and with hope. All of chat supports and loves you. You represent the future I want to live in. Listen, Lazy, you have been hanging out with us a lot recently, and you've been very kind to me while you've been hanging out with us recently. I am beyond grateful for you, and I love knowing that there's a lot of people out there, including yourself, Lazy, that do care about the future of our country, because it's the only thing that keeps us going. And that also applies to you. If you're watching from home, you don't agree with Trump, you agree with a lot of what we have to say here. You know, every time I get a guest up that, you know, just breaks my brain, annoys the shit out of me, makes me lose a little bit of faith, I look down at that chat, and I see you guys. And it's a good reminder that although maybe the voice of the Trump supporter on my platform is the loudest, there's more of you than there is of them. And, you know, that's what keeps me going. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you're MAGA. We got Logan connecting. Only hop inside of that queue if you're a Trump supporter. Eric, I appreciate you so much.
I just want to say I appreciate everything you do. I don't support Trump. I just want to say I appreciate everything you do.
Shout out to you, Logan. You're awesome, my man. Today we are just looking to talk to Trump supporters, but I do appreciate you for joining. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter connected right now. Eric, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Let's get 250 Eric W's. He says, Trump versus United States 2024. In his SCOTUS brief and at oral arguments, he argued that killing political opponents would be an official act for which he would be immune. SupremeCourt.gov has a transcript. I would assume that you're talking about like the fake elector scheme, and that argument included killing political opponents. You should actually link me, or like, I guess, tell me where in the SCOTUS transcript I could find exactly what you just said, because I know what you're talking about. I know it exists. And I know he made some insane arguments about the protections that he'd have under criminal immunity. Also, Santana, I just saw your text, bro. I saw that. Fucking the weirdo, man. If you want to pop up here and bring him up, like, not saying that you got to
Israel first or America first?
Israel first. Netanyahu, where's my 7K? Riley, do you support... I'm just...
No, you were the best creator on TikTok. You turned me to the Democrats.
Based Riley. Good to hear, man. I appreciate you, dude. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. We're still looking for that next guest. What a goat. We got Kyle Roberts connecting. Here we go.
We are Charlie Kirk.
Damn, bro, you fucking suck. Holy shit, dude. Go back to the drawing board. Please. You could get there one day. I'm not a good singer either. But that's why I wouldn't join somebody's live stream and start singing We Are Charlie Kirk, because I can't sing for shit. It's good for us to be honest to ourselves about our abilities. All right. Lucy Graham. It's giving me troll vibes. This looks like a troll account. Hi, welcome into Sport
Hello?
Trump.
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
So,
Sorry,
are
I
you,
just had my birthday.
are you 8 or 19? Okay, so what's your birthday?
Huh?
So you heard my question because you started to say July. So I know that you know what I asked you.
June 5th.
Get the hell out of here. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. We got Ben loaded up, guys. Only opposite side of that queue. If you happen to be MAGA. Please and thank you. Hey, welcome to Sport Trump, Ben.
I do, man.
All right, thank you for being here, man. Hopefully I'll be able to change your mind. If you're watching and you want to support me, you want to support the stream, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio.
I'm not giving you nothing on a PayPal, bro. Why would I give you anything on a PayPal?
My friend, I'm not talking to you. I don't expect you to send me anything on PayPal. You're all good, Ben.
So what am I if you're just not going to talk to me, how are we supposed to talk?
Well, I was going to talk to you just right after I was finishing up by telling individuals that if they want to support me on the stream,
Damn,
they
the
can find the Venmo and
leftist
PayPal
got to
link
get his bag.
tree in
The
bio
leftist got to get his bag.
on YouTube or link tree in the bio on TikTok. Yeah, that's at the top of the phone screen too. So what's the argument? Why do you support Trump, Mr. Ben?
The argument, this is going to be bizarre to you. The argument is that Trump, all right, is a direct pathway towards raising class consciousness and promoting Marxism in the United States.
Wow. Accelerationists suck.
No, I'm not even an accelerationist.
That's what
The
accelerationism
problem
is.
I told you what I thought about one issue. That doesn't mean I subscribe to an entire political theory based on that issue.
Do you think that Karl Marx would
reasoning-
approve? Or is he rolling in his grave?
I think that if you were to call me a revisionist, I would maybe not say that that would be true. But I understand that conventionally, this idea is not rooted in Marxist ideology. You probably can't hear it or see it, but I have my copy of Das Kapital in my hands right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the argument for why that's true is that the blatantness of the corruption, when you have a figurehead with that high of an ego, exacerbates the spread visibly to the general populace, the proletariat who's being controlled by the bourgeois, because he doesn't have his ego in check enough to ever hide what he's doing exactly from the public. The matter now has become an issue
I have a
how do
question.
we promote public consciousness
So how
of the issues continuously.
how obvious was this screaming oppression of the proletariat when Hitler was running Germany?
How obvious was it? That's your question? Well, it depends on your perspective. There was a period of time during World War II where a majority of the outside world was not aware of what was going on within Germany.
Right now.
But I think if you were to
specifically
ask
pointing
the
towards
German
the actions
proletariat,
of like the German leadership. Was the oppression of the proletariat screamingly obvious?
I would say that screamingly obvious is a bit of a stretch. I think the
mean,
problem is
they
that
had the
class
proletariat
consciousness
in camps. where
class
they killed them.
consciousness wasn't so class consciousness was not high enough amongst the general populace to inspire actual revolutionary thought, and we're seeing that mirrored today with the propagation and the flooding of media
So you're
into
just saying
people's
that.
brains
So you're
to
just saying that
distract
brazen
from the
corruption doesn't
awakening of the
necessarily lead to
proletariat.
class consciousness, and that's the issue. Like usually when I talk to accelerationists like you've been, I just kick them because I don't subscribe to the theory. I think it's bullshit. I think it's baseless. But if you want to know like the legitimate critique with the
you're
worldview,
oversimplifying.
it's that brazen corruption doesn't lead to class consciousness, and we have like many examples of this throughout history. And like Hitler's a good one. Okay, we saw like brazen corruption of the proletariat. It didn't lead to class consciousness of the proletariat. It didn't lead to like some uprising and revolution, and then ultimate rejection of capitalism. Thank you for your time, Ben. I know that Santana wanted to talk to you. I kicked you, Santana. You're still welcome up. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box. If you really want to talk to him, I'll bring him back. I just can't stand the accelerationists. I can't stand them.
No, he was cosplaying. He had to be cosplaying because he was actually spouting like Mark, but you can tell that like he was talking about that's not even how you get the revolution. That was so stupid. That was so stupid.
Yeah, that's just honestly, accelerationism is more stupid than MAGA. And the reason why I say that is because at least MAGA doesn't think that Trump is bad, right? And they're really stupid for all the mental gymnastics that they run to deny that Trump is bad. But the accelerationist accepts that Trump is bad. And then their mental gymnastics come into play by saying it's a good thing that he's bad. I don't give him my time.
Well, and the biggest thing is that there's no way that someone who actually believes in communism would ever align with the fascists. So like it was just bullshit.
True that. Counter Barry, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you? Hello. Okay, they're gone. Moving on to the next guest. All the up inside of that queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Only hop inside of that queue if you are a Trump supporter. I would really appreciate it if you guys did your very best to follow the rules of the live stream.
Why did you just kick that previous guest?
Because I don't talk to accelerationists because they're low-key stupid as hell.
Wait, is honest to God, you don't find that weird? Just because he's an accelerationist, you're going to kick him? You don't find that weird? Was he too educated for you?
Was
he too educated for you?
No, he was the opposite.
Why would you lie, though? I mean,
I think that you're yielding the conclusion that
that
he's educated because he was using big words.
Yeah.
Listen, let me tell you something. Hold on one second. If the liberals in this chat really believe you, I'm lost of words. I have no idea what to tell you guys, man. You guys have to come down to reality a little bit, man.
Are you also an accelerationist?
Listen.
Or did you just come up here to cape for someone?
Wait,
No,
you're
no, I just came up
you're
here-
conservative.
Duh.
Okay, so I just want to clarify that you're a pro-Trump conservative who thinks his administration is good, yet you're calling somebody educated and intelligent that is an anti-Trump communist to the extent that they want Trump to be president because of how much harm and carnage Donald Trump will cause, and which will inevitably lead to a social uprising of the working class against Trump and ultimately against capitalism.
Okay, so Dean, here's the difference between us
You should be,
conservatives and
you should
liberals,
like,
right? Hold
you
on,
should think,
let me explain
like, you should
myself, bro.
think that he's like, you should think he's crazier than I think he's crazy because I like agree with him that Trump is super bad, but I disagree with everything else. Therefore, he's crazy. But you disagree with everything, including that Trump is bad.
But here's the thing, though. This is can I explain myself? This is the difference between us and you guys, right? We will tell you, hey, Trump did this bad, Trump did that bad, right?
No, you
or
don't.
yeah, 100% we would. 100% we would. You guys, on the other hand, God forbid if you for example, talk bad about Biden, your donations will plummet and you're not going to make the money that you're making, right? 100% that's what it is.
I criticized
You gotta feed into
Biden and
crowd. You gotta feed into
the
your fans.
Democrats literally less than 10 minutes ago when a guest had asked me why I think that the Democrats lost the election. And in fact, I think I'd actually lose support if I were to not criticize the Biden-Harris administration at all, including their policy on Israel. Of course, he left. I'd lose support. If I was pro-Israel, I'd have less support because I think that I'm on TikTok, I'm on YouTube. We generally have a younger audience, and 70% of Democrats under the age of 50 do not support the state of Israel. Yeah.
Also, to be fair, the difference isn't what he was saying. The difference is actually you understand the words that the other guy was saying. He didn't. So, like, he wasn't upset because he didn't understand any of the words that were being used. So
Yeah. No, he said big words, therefore intelligent. Why don't they say that about me? I use big words.
Well, that's because you're a quote unquote soy boy. You know,
True.
like that's they can't take that.
True. Yo, do you support Trump?
Yep.
Josh?
Nope.
Not Josh. Not Josh. How old are you?
46.
Well, I think this might be Josh, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
No, dude, it's not Josh. I promise you, it's not
Okay,
Josh.
that's
I don't know
not
who
Josh.
is.
Yeah, you're not Josh. Don't worry.
Are you the
Okay.
Marlboro man?
Do what?
You sound like the Marlboro man.
Here, man, I'm going to thank a couple people. Then the mic and the floor are yours. Miss Tiffany, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Oh my goodness, Tiffany, that is so kind of you. Let's get 1,000 Tiffany W's down below in that chat. I don't know what has inspired so many of you guys to be legitimately so kind today. I'm so fucking grateful for y'all. Please show some love to Tiffany in that chat. Let's get 1,000 Tiffany W's. Tiffany with 100 says, my child has a question. If you could give a young debater advice, what would it be? Also, thank you for all the education conversations that you've brought to her households. You sound like, first, Tiffany, you sound like a great mom. Second of all, for the last time, thank you so much for your kindness. And third of all, I think the right advice to a young debater would be ultimately to make sure that your goal is to be honest about the truth. And that the means of debates really shouldn't be to get one up or to make yourself feel important, but rather to legitimately determine what is true of the world that we live in. I think that a lot of young debaters, myself included, to an extent today, to a significantly higher extent in my past, the goal becomes less of how do we determine what the honest truth is, and more so, how do I make myself look better and triumph over others? And I think that leads a lot of young debaters down this like rabbit hole of egoism and nonsense. And that's probably the very best advice that I'd have to a young debater. And thank you once again to for the $100 donation. Same thing to you, Brianna. I appreciate you for that for the $4 donation. Thank you so much, Brianna. And Kyle, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. You asked me to keep your message to myself, so I sure will. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Anthony, thank you for another $50 over on Super Chat. Appreciate you so much, Anthony. Anthony with the $50 says, "Can you slide this to Young Santana for me? Can't ever catch him live. Thanks." Thank you. Well, I got you, dude. I'll slide that to Santana. I'll do his Venmo right now. Might as well. Aaron, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, first, I think I'm going to have to look into see if I can't talk to my electorate and see if there's some way to get investigation or something into people that donate money to people on TikTok, and if they receive state benefits, EBT, whatnot, whatever, that they lose those benefits when they get.
Are you pocket watching, Anthony?
Pocket watching?
What is this guy saying?
He's pocket watching.
I'm saying all these people giving you fucking money to be. I mean, you don't produce anything. You don't give anything to society, dude.
Why are you
He
here?
literally produces content. Millions of people view and consume his content.
Not a thing.
This is
It's
some
fucking.
This is some
it's
dumb.
just not.
Let me tell you something, Aaron. This is some dumb shit. The reason
What
why
is
this
dumb
is some
shit?
dumb shit. Okay, you coming up here and whining about the fact that I make more money than you. The reason why that's some dumb
I
shit
earn more money than you, though.
is because what
You
it
might
shows
take
is
in
your
more money than
jealousy.
me.
And
Jealousy?
second of all, it
Not hardly,
usually
buddy.
causes more people to donate. So if I were you, I would just stop dead in your
Oh,
tracks.
that's fine.
Yeah,
and that's fine.
I'm
They
just
can do
trying.
whatever they want to.
I'm giving you full transparency of what will happen if you continue down this path. If we want
But
to
you're like
redirect the
the
conversation and talking about Trump, I'm more than down.
Yeah, go for it. I mean, I've been listening to all your whatever. So yeah, go for it.
Okay. Yeah, but for your information, I do pay taxes.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
And on top of that, I do benefit society. These streams are
How?
very meaningful. That not only do they benefit society by getting people to concern themselves to a higher extent with critical thought, but they also help individuals educate themselves on the country that they live in and the nature of the political system that governs the country. Too often people feel lost with how to like educate themselves on politics when they're new to it, brand new, just walking into the political scene. And this live stream is like a one-stop shot for, okay, well, here's the introduction to American politics. Here's what the left thinks. Here's what the right thinks. Here's why the left thinks what they do. And here's why the right thinks what they do. It's awesome. It's great. It's so meaningful to so many people.
Also, I would just love to call out the fact that people pay for entertainment, education, and information all the time. And this is an opportunity for them to get all three at once. So, like, them actually supporting someone that provides substance to their day-to-day life is something that's invaluable. I think
fine,
like
as long as it
worrying
ain't on
about
my
how
dime.
people actually support the people that bring value to their life is a little bit weird. So I don't know, but also I'll say, Joseph, thank you for the 20. Candace, thank you for the 2, and Feisty, thank you for the 5.
I don't
And
care who
Emily,
pays you,
thank you for the
as long as it's
$20
not on
donation
my
on
dime.
Venmo for that grift. Keeping it real. Appreciate you for the $20 for the grift, Emily. Let's get 200 Emily W's. Thank you very much. Thank you, Emily.
The world is full of idiots, dude.
Is Emily
I
an
mean,
idiot?
there's
That's rude.
Yeah, well, if she's giving you $20 for no reason, or if she's on fucking state
Like
funding,
food stamps?
food stamps.
Oh,
yeah,
this next one's
food
going to annoy
stamps.
the hell out of you. Joseph, thank you for the $40 donation on Venmo, who says, all of my food stamps to you, Dean. Here are my food stamps to annoy Aaron. Thank you so much for the $40, Joseph. Let's get 400 Joseph W's for all the food stamps. Thank you for loading my EBT card. Please show some love to Joseph in that chat.
Well, let's spit out some last names if they're so proud of it.
Okay. Well, if somebody sends me a donation saying that they're okay with me sharing their last name, I sure as hell will. But of course, I won't do that by default. Dude, oh my God, Caesar! Thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Yo, my goat. Let's get 1,000 Caesar W's down below in that chat. That's legitimately fucking insane. Thank you so much, man. Let's get 1,000 Caesar W's. Oh, let's see you criticize this fucking guest, dude. Caesar with the $100 says, Dean, I'm an active duty service member. Your live streams give me hope. Thank you so much for the love and support. Thank you so much for your service.
Serviceman,
And I appreciate you for your patriotism. Show some love to Caesar down below in that comment section.
Yeah,
Hey, can you say my old man told me before he left this shitty world? Can you say that?
What?
Never mind.
You talking to me?
Go ahead. Yeah, it's a Marlboro man. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Ashley, thank you for the $5, who says, thank you again for keeping me sane and sober.
All right, dude. I thought
And
you're
I'm
the one that wanted
proud
to
of it.
debate
My name is
Trump.
Ashley Rush. Emily, you thank you for the 10 cents. Helen with the $30 who says,
What
more
city
for
and
the
state,
grift.
please?
Thank you so much for the wait. This guy's gonna like fucking kill the people who are donating to him. All right, yeah, we're done sharing last names. No more than Ashley. Thank you for the $30, Helen, who says more for the grift. Let's get 300 Ellen W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. Marcus with the $5. Here's some cash just to spite this fucker. Isabella, thank you for the $5. You shared your last name. I'm not gonna tell him because I think he wants to kill you. Sarah with the $25 who says to tell this guy to fuck off from Sarah H. Once again, I'm not gonna share that last name. I'm scared of this guy.
Single mothers
Thank
on
you for
EBT.
the. Thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo, Sarah H. She's very angry, as you can see. Cameron, thank you for the $10. She says, hey, Dean, been watching for a long time, first time donating just to piss this guy off. Jody with the $5 who says, sorry, $10. She says, here's another dono, womp fucking womp. Anthony with the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Anthony. And Full Band, thank you so much for the $100 over on Super Chat. Jesus Christ, Full Band. Holy fuck. Let's get 1,000 Full Band W's down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you so much for that love, man.
$1,000.
That is crazy. Full Band with the $100 says, my last name is Kay, Columbus, Ohio. Dang, dude, he wants to smoke. And he sent that
What's his
publicly.
last name?
He sent
Well,
that
who is
public. He sent that publicly over on Super Chat. So I mean,
What was his
he
name?
put that into the ether. His last name is Kay, K-A-Y-E.
Who? K? Who's K? Joe K? Adam K?
Full Band.
Full Band
Full
K.
Band K?
Yeah, I said $100.
Yep.
His name's Full Band?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I bet. Right.
Kylie, thank you for the $5 for no reason. Caroline, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you so much for that love. Who says, you could say my last name, Once again, I'm not going to do that. I'm a registered nurse. Husband is a retired command sergeant major. We both love and support Dean and support him for the work that he does. Well, thank you so much for the $20, Caroline. Hannah, thank you so much for the $20. Who says,
and those people can do whatever they want to.
I appreciate you so much for the love, Hannah. Let's get 200 Hannah W's. Isabella and Helen, I appreciate you guys both for the $5. Shay, thank you for the $5 despite this guest. Matthew with the $10 who says, I'm a single mother on EBT.
Trump, or are you just
W.
do
Matthew.
this bullshit all night?
No, I'm too busy grifting, sir. Sit down, shut up, and wait for it to be your turn.
Motherfucker, I'll wring your goddamn neck.
Just take a step back and pull a cool one. Just like, you got it. Just step off.
Well,
He's almost
every time
done.
I get on a fucking live
Also, Mackenzie, thank you so much for the 25. Mackenzie, hey, Mackenzie said that. Hey, I just want to let you know. Mackenzie says that she's a single mother who personally gives people SNAP, TAF, and Medicaid. Thank you so much for the 25. Can you at least say thank you to her? And holy fuck,
what was her last name in city and state?
Oh, yeah, Michelle. How about Michelle for the $100 fucking dollars to say for no reason except you're awesome? Holy shit! You got to say thank you to that one. Holy fuck.
Basically strippers. Okay.
Wait, we're strippers?
We're strippers?
I mean, they make money the same fucking way.
You can call me Chocolate Thunder. Boom.
Oh.
Lisa, thank you so much for the 20 despite the guess. He loves it.
I'm sorry, but I can't.
God damn. And it's doing the exact same thing for me, dude. This is crazy.
All right.
It got you too, huh?
Listen, we're done with the games. Go ahead. Tell us why you're a Trump supporter.
Why am I a Trump?
Colby, thank you for the $10. Who says, tell the guest to pipe the fuck down, little bro. Thank you so much, Michelle, for the $100 donation. Oh my God. Let's get 1,000 Michelle W's. Michelle says, for no reason except you're awesome. You're fucking awesome. Show some love to Michelle down below. Kat, thank you for the $50. Who says, can't get me, bro. I earn every penny. Thank you so much for the $50, Kat. Oh my God. What is going on? Thank you so much, Kat and Michelle. Thank you, Jody, for the $10. Who says, it's for the grift. Thank you for supporting the grift. Thank you so much, Caesar, for the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Marissa. Thank you for the $20. Who says thank you for forever fighting for women's and minorities' rights. I appreciate you so much. And I read the last part about that message about your son. You're a great mom, and I want you to know that. Joseph, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. You need to send that one to Santana, Joseph. I appreciate you so much for that love. Axel, thank you for the 10 cents. And then Isabel with the $1. Throwing ones for the stripper. Jesus Christ. Nicole, thank you so much for the $10.
I stand behind.
He says, I've been watching you every day for 2 years, and this is the most I've laughed on stream. This live is diabolical, bro. This shit's crazy tonight. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. He says, calling y'all strippers makes me want to donate more. Kat, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Who says, registered nurse in Knoxville, Tennessee. Jamie with the $2 over on Super Chat for the first time donor. Thick Frog, thank you so much for the $5 for the grift. And PER with the €5 for the grift. Thank you very much for that love. And Full Band, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat as well. I'm not going to read out your message, man, just because I want to try to like, be a conflict resolutionist. But know that I appreciate you, Full Band. And Kylie, thank you for the $15. Who says, tell this hillbilly to read a damn book. I appreciate you so much for that love, Kylie.
Read a
and
book.
then Gradient with the $25
buddy,
who says, conservatism is rooted within resentment. Colors jealous of Dean making more money than him, just like blue states make more than red states, rather than improving their community. Cons lash out at immigrants and educated people. Cook.
Got a little fun fact for you. You can look this up, but there's 70% chance that you work for a fucking Republican, buddy. All these stupid ass Republicans. Look it up. I'd love for you to look it up.
So are you saying the RNC is now sending Dean money?
Yeah, I'm
not
confused
the
on what
DNC,
that...
but the RNC as well.
No,
I'm confused on what
shit,
that.
W's Dean.
That's the whole word.
I'm confused on like what that even means. Like I work for myself. I don't work for a Democrat or for a Republican. I'm self-employed.
I said 70% chance. Okay, this is not just about you, dude. I'm talking about nationwide. Look it up.
Oh, like 70% of employers are Republican?
CEOs, business owners, yes, 70%.
I don't work for them because I work for myself down at the Tootsie Shop. Chocolate Thunder makes all his own money. W's in the chat for Ashley for the 5.
Hey,
Thank you
where's
so
the
much.
trade
Joseph,
to that
thank you
now?
so much for the 20 for Chocolate Thunder. Matt, thank you so much for the 15. Boom. Emily, thank you so much for the 25
Mr.
for
Educated,
tossing
how-
for
how's
the
trade
Chocolate
deficit
Thunder.
sitting?
Sarah, thank you
Oh.
so much for the 10. Yeah, listen, he does have that. And also, Cheryl, thank you so much for the 3. Chocolate Thunder appreciates that. Howdy, partner.
So the stat that you're looking at is that nearly 70% of America's top corporate executives are affiliated with the Republican Party, compared
Thank
to
you.
31% with the Democrats. And I honestly think that this is very telling of the interests of the Dems compared to the Republicans. The Republicans just want to
Oh,
further
let's
line the
spin it to where
pockets
it's- yeah,
of the
but
rich
we're all
execs, put the
dumbasses,
money
right?
back into the hands of the ruling elite and the billionaire class. Meanwhile, the Democrats more so want to fight for you, the average everyday American who is
Yeah,
struggling
right.
to make
Once
ends meet, who wants
except
lower
it's-
rent.
they're
It
mostly on
shows the
EBT.
priority of the political parties. It really does.
Really? With all the people giving you money.
I would
That's
prefer a
kinda
candidate
contradictory
that's going to
there.
make the life of the average American better compared to the average million or billionaire, right? I would absolutely prefer that political party. So thank you for giving me more reason to vote on the left.
Somebody giving somebody a job is making the elite more rich.
What's that?
That's what you just said.
No, I'm saying that passing policy to like subsequently significantly reduce the corporate tax rate and then make up for that by cutting health care is making the rich and elite more powerful.
The 70% number where it's at because of Donald Trump's policy.
Yeah, and Donald Trump isn't the first Republican to give massive buyouts and socialistic corporate welfare to the ruling elite at the expense of the life of the average American. He's not the first Republican to do
Who do
that.
people work for?
Corporations. People work for corporations,
Corporations
right?
don't grow.
A lot of people do.
Then people don't live.
Right, and
It's
not true.
And my position,
Bullshit.
my
It is
position
true.
isn't. Listen, my position is not that corporations should stop growing. No, because I agree. In one sense, there are corporations in which are responsible for employing a vast majority of Americans. It's important that we have a healthy economy with growing corporations. But inside of those corporations, I think that it is important for the workers to hold significant power, to ensure that their needs are met, to ensure that they're being paid livable wages, to ensure that the average American is not living paycheck to paycheck. The goal here isn't to like abolish the dollar, abolish corporations, and abolish rich people, but rather the goal is to make sure that those rich people and those corporations are A, treating their employees fairly, and B, ensuring that those corporations and rich people are paying their fair share.
That's called a union, Gus. It's called a union.
Unions
We've had
definitely are part of that plan, 110%. And that's why I don't support people like Trump and Elon Musk who are pro-union busting.
Yep. Also, I have a question for you. If you're
Unions are
if you
corrupt.
if you
There's
if
a
you
problem
were
with
accurate
unions.
if
The
you were
idea
accurate
of a
with your
union
statement, I have a
is what?
question. I have a question. If you were accurate with your statement, why is it that companies like or corporations like Walmart continue to exceed expectation, continues to grow, continue to make record-breaking profits, but yet the large majority of their employer base is on SNAP benefits because they don't pay them a livable wage? Why, if we need the companies to
Walmart.
grow in order
Walmart
to actually
ruins whole communities. Fuck Walmart. I agree.
Okay, but that like literally your logic doesn't work because this company's growing without even taking care of their
One
employees.
example. Look at Home Depot.
What about Home Depot?
Look it up. Look what his business model is.
What's his business model?
Employees who
Did you
stay
just
at
throw
Home
out
Depot
something not actually knowing what you were talking about
You what?
as like a gotcha?
Motherfucker, will you shut up and listen?
Okay, then go ahead and tell me.
People who stay on long enough to become full-time
Mm-hmm.
employees do very well for themselves.
Well, I mean, the first thing that I see that pops up is that the company maintains a nationwide starting wage floor of $15 an hour. I mean, hey, that's better than other companies.
Mm-hmm. But also just saying stay on longer and you'll do okay, that's not a business model. I don't think you know what business models are.
Dude, you're a fucking idiot, man.
Okay. You're the one that just said that working for a company for a long time is a business model.
I said Arthur Blank's business model is that take care of your employees and you'll have a thriving business. That's a pretty good business model.
It's not a business model, Bub. You don't know
Okay.
business.
Oh no, I don't know business. Sure. Nope.
Okay. I'm just telling you, that's not how business models work.
Okay, well, how do business models work? Enlighten me.
Yeah, you have to not only have some type of structure, you have to have an actual product, you have to have procedures, you have to have like a hierarchy, board, things like that. Those are business model. The structure of how the business is actually set to function, how it's paid out, how the funds are reallocated, things like that. That's an actual business model, not, do good things happen, do bad things happen. My name is Earl. That's not a fucking business model.
My name is Earl. What?
Don't worry about it. You'll
Dude,
get
I know
it
what a
later.
business model is, but you don't have to. The base idea is he has a product, he has locations, he employs employees, he pays his employees well.
Right. So
I mean,
you're,
how-
what
I mean,
you're
you wanna
referring
get
to,
into numbers and shit?
what
I
you're
don't know the
referring to-
numbers.
What you're referring to is the values. The company, like companies have like core values. They
And
have.
your point is what?
They have like business.
your point?
Well, I mean, the point is like.
So
that's,
a business
never
model
mind.
has nothing to do with no, that's his business model, dude. That has, I mean, I don't know what his values are, but that's how he runs his business.
Give me a second here.
I don't know. What I'd say is that maybe the treatment
What
of
the fuck- I mean,
employees
what's
can
the
be a
point- what
part
is the
of
point
a
of this
business
conversation?
model, but it's not like the entirety of the business model.
No, I didn't say it was.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I do think that
just
employees should
FYI,
be a part. Go ahead.
Home Depot's business model is it's laid out in a canvas. Their business model is broken up into a couple
And I'm
of
sure
different
it's
things.
pages long.
Key partners, key activities, key resources, value positions, customer relations, and customer segments.
No shit.
Cost
What did I
structure
just
and
say?
revenue streams. Like there's a whole business model with an analysis. I'm just saying, like you're using words you don't understand. That was my only point. Howdy,
Motherfucker, what do you
partner.
mean don't understand? I got a goddamn BA from business from UGA. Don't give me that bullshit.
You got a what?
Fuck you.
You heard UGA sing what?
You got a
I like
BA
UGA as
from
well.
UGA.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, listen. Why do you support Trump?
Well, recently, I'm more of a libertarian than I am fucking Republican. Let's just put that out there.
I don't know.
I don't like any government.
I doubt that you're actually libertarian. You're like
Really?
libertarian in name only. What are your thoughts on immigration?
We need a bigger fence.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not a libertarian.
Right.
What do you mean,
Yeah.
Howard? I'm not a libertarian.
Listen, from somebody who was a libertarian for a long time and somebody that still actually appreciates the goals of libertarians and some of the actions of libertarians, let me tell you something. True libertarians, okay, people that either are anarcho-libertarian and just don't think that there should be any government body and that we would have collectives like managed crime management or so on and so forth, or even libertarians that think that we should just have like a small government that protects the negative rights of we the people and maybe has a small military just for defensive means. No restrictions on immigration, because a restriction on immigration is a restriction on the free entry of labor into the marketplace. All right, like I actually had a libertarian professor. His name was Michael Humer, and the way that he described it was
well, that's an epiphany. Fuck.
Was that
What?
preventing
Free
immigration
immigration is
into a country is like running a let's see here, farmers market on a Saturday night and allowing some people to transact inside of that farmers market. But then some other people, you just kind of deny them entry. Like, you can't transact here. Okay, well, that sounds unfair.
It has nothing to
So
do with
libertarians
that.
are very
It's-
pro-immigration.
It's letting 10 people work on the farm versus having 100,000 people standing at the gate wanting a job.
So you're saying that of all the people...
What do you think it's going to do
So-
to the wages of the 10 people inside?
So then you're just saying that we need restrictions on the market to produce the most preferable outcomes. So you're not a libertarian then, because
they
the
would never
libertarians-
say that.
Yeah, the libertarians say that a free market will always produce the most preferable outcomes.
Free market is not free open immigration.
It's a part of the free market. It's a part
No,
of
it's
the
not.
regulation of the
Literally
market.
it is.
Yes,
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not.
Find me one.
It's not even close.
Find me one a libertarian professor that agrees with you.
A libertarian professor?
Yeah.
I think like saying that you're a
Well, find me one
libertarian
that
now,
agrees
Dean,
with
is just
you.
like a
I
trendy
just
thing.
told you, Michael Humer.
Who?
Michael Humer.
Whatever. I mean,
He's a very renounced professor at CU Boulder. He's an author. A lot of people know him. He's a great philosopher for like his style. But I mean, I have a lot of disagreements with him. But one thing he's very outspoken about is like being pro-immigration because
Well, good
under
for him.
libertarianism, that's a restriction on the free market.
Okay, so what am I?
Just a likely a MAGA conservative.
A what?
Weapon as a
What the
libertarian.
fucking spook say down there?
Oh, god damn! I haven't heard that one in a long time. Holy fuck! I really got under your skin, didn't I?
Well, it's all you do is mouth. So
Holy
you're just like the
shit!
rest
Yeah,
of
you
them.
saw. You see what it means, Dean?
I had to look that one
What?
up.
Yeah,
What?
that's what I said. That was some old school racism.
That you just proved.
Shut up! Shut up, you
that you're
stupid
always wrong?
hillbilly!
Hey,
You got mad because a black man knows more than you. Holy shit!
I shit
You
in terms of
racist
higher
fuck!
IQ than
Shut up!
your ass.
Shut up! Holy shit! That's old school racism.
You have control
Yes.
over the guests. I won't allow you to, if you want to respond to that shit or kick him.
Oh fuck this guy! I don't care. I mean, if you're still talking to him,
Kick me.
I don't care. Like legitimately, when I tell you that is old, I saw it in your face when you actually had to look it up. See, I'm telling you that is old school, deep South, sundown town racism, and it's not the first time I've heard it or been called that.
Yeah, that's the first time I've ever heard it. But based off of your reaction, like I assumed that it was like probably some like racial slur. So I looked it up, and yeah, like that's like a.
I got under his skin so bad.
A very, very old racial slur against black people.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm reading the history on it.
Oh. Oh well. Jordy, thank you for the 10. Electra Witch, thank you for the 5. Paul, thank you for the 5. Megan, thank you for the 1, and Mandy, thank you for the 2. Yeah, Dean, I'm telling you, when they get really upset, they get kind of colorful. They have a history, and if you don't know, like that's why people love like, oh, N-word. No. They have a whole list of racist go-tos. It's just a lot of people like racists are usually lazy, and so that's what it is.
Yeah, do you know where that comes from? I mean, does that like originate from like
from
any
the
specific
South.
place? From the South, okay.
Oh, yeah. You know I'm from South Carolina, so again, it's not the first time I've heard it or been called that. So
yeah, well, I'm sorry that happened to you. I mean, first
it's all
time I've
good.
ever heard it. All right, we're gonna get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. This is probably the last guest of the night, everybody. We maybe have enough time for like one more person. Only up inside of that queue if you were MAGA. Only up inside of that queue if you were MAGA. Let's see, who do we got? We got Diamond loading up into the box. Last guest of the night,
camping?
folks. Oh man, it was pretty fun outside of the sleep. I'm still struggling to find like a
Wait, no,
effective...
take me off. No.
I got you. Don't worry about it. I'm still trying to find like an effective way to sleep while camping. That one's hard. Like I thought I got like a pretty nice like camping mattress, and I thought that my issues were like sleeping on like a really uncomfortable like ground or whatever. But after getting a good mattress, I still was like getting really shitty sleep. I think it had a lot to do with like sounds, or like the sun popping in the tent at like 6 a.m. So yeah, I
like I told you, my wife and her family loves it. I'm just I did it a lot when I was younger, and I'm good.
Yeah, I mean,
hi, Jeffrey.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you got it.
Jeffrey, do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hey, do you support Trump?
No, but I just wanted to say fuck everyone that does.
What a Chad. Guy has his priorities straight. Yeah, man, I want to find a way to like enjoy camping, especially like the sleeping element, because admittedly, I do enjoy everything else.
It seems like my wife and I were talking about this last night. She was like, "I'm surprised that he enjoys it." I'm like, "No, it seems like something he would enjoy."
Yeah, well, I mean, You know, man, I used to be quite the outdoorsy granola type. I spent my first 2 years at college, like before I started doing these lives, maybe like the second year I was doing these lives, free soloing like every weekend. And when I wasn't free soloing, we were, doing like planned climbs with harnesses and whatnot on the
That's crazy.
mountains around Boulder. It was a lot of fun. It was so much fun. Yeah, a lot of rock climbing. Big rock climber back in the day. Buddy, do you support Trump?
I don't say who I support. I just want to say, I'm sorry what happened in Santana.
All good, buddy. But do you support Trump?
But no, I don't say who I support.
Okay, buddy.
I just want to say one thing.
Let's hear it, buddy. I need to hear it.
Well, it's nothing bad. I want to apologize to him for what the other guy said.
You don't have to apologize to me
from
for someone
Tennessee,
else's words.
And I'm from Tennessee, and all people from the South is not that way. I've got
It's all
black
good. I'm
friends.
from the South, but buddy, you don't have to apologize for other people. You didn't do it. That's not your responsibility.
I know, but I'm just saying, though, everybody thinks the South's bad, rebel slaves bad, and everybody's racist in the South. It's not true.
You know what,
That's just
buddy?
my opinion, so.
You're all right, man. You have
So
a
I
good
wanted to
rest
say-
of your day, okay?
You too, bye.
What a cool guy.
I don't believe in people taking responsibility for other people being shitty. I think people should take responsibility for like the things that they do that are harmful and work on those things, but you can't control other people being harmful. So like you can't take responsibility for other people.
Yeah. What a sweet guy. What a sweet guy.
Yeah.
I feel like most middle-aged white men that join the live stream are not sweet guys. So,
No.
it's refreshing. Hey, welcome in, Chris. Do you support Trump? Nope, Chris isn't here. All right. Hey, thank you so much, Zombie, for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, who does that Peckerwood think he's fucking talking to? You should know that racist MF missing teeth, and that's how he makes his money. I appreciate you for the $20, Zombie. Wow, all right. Hey, Darius, thank you for the 50 cents over on Venmo. I appreciate you, man. Audrey, thank you for the $20, who says, this is my first time donating, but I've been watching for 2 years. I work in the inpatient psychiatric hospital, and the effects of the Trump policies I've seen on the most vulnerable people is disgusting. Keep on fighting, because you give me a reason to smile each day. Love you. All the love in the world to you too, Audrey. I have a lot of respect for all of the medical healthcare providers, including you. I don't know how you guys do it. My sister works in an ER, and oh my God, the stories she has. It is, I truly don't understand how you guys do it. All right, now the person has a crazy echo. Victoria, thank you so much for the $40 donation on Venmo. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you. You are very, very kind. Huge shout out to Victoria down below in that chat. Show some love to Victoria down below for the $40, who says, it seems the new fun thing for MAGA is to heckle Dean. You're so good at responding to it. It's because I am a master rage baiter.
How did I get up here, bro?
Because you joined the queue, little bro?
What are you talking about, man? You keep
Also,
on
you
requesting me to
suck.
come up here.
No.
Santana, don't even try me today, dude.
Are we gonna do this? Are we gonna do the same loop that we always do? You come up
You
here,
know it.
you get cooked, you run.
He's gonna run.
And then
would
he'll
not
come
say
back.
getting cooked, man.
Oh,
It's
how
just
about this?
entertaining.
What is one macroeconomic indicator
Oh, gosh,
that
here
is
we go.
better off today
Here we go.
than it was a year and a half ago under Biden?
Yeah, I told you, everything just it's horrible right now, dude. Everybody's going to Disney World and spending more money this year. It just sucks. It sucks that bad.
Okay, so people going to Disney World and spending money is not a macroeconomic indicator.
Dude, it's
Examples
just- I'm not. I'm
of
just- I would just-
macroeconomic, and you can't
Dean, I
meme
s-
your way out of this one.
Dean, I said it sucks, dude. I mean, I was just giving it a point. Like, it
you
sucks so bad that everybody's going to Disney.
So you're no longer a supporter of Trump.
Oh,
because
dude,
you
I
think that the
concede.
economy
Yeah, I
sucks.
concede, bro. You're right on everything, Dean. You're
Okay.
you're just the smartest kid ever, Dean.
Good boy. Thank you for the concession. Anthony, thank you so much for the $100 over on Super Chat. Thank you. I appreciate you so much for the love, Anthony. Anthony with $100. Yo, Dean, you already know. Big favor. Split this for the slur. Guess I'm insert the word used here. And and love what you do. Peace and enlightenment. Anthony, man, I really do appreciate you. You're the
I
goat.
love you trying to read around the words.
I just listen. I mean, I'm doing my best here. I'm doing my best. I appreciate you so much for the $100, Anthony. You know, that reminds me. Like 2 weeks ago, I had she seemed awesome. A black woman sent me a donation on PayPal, and it was something along the lines of "You're the realest N-word," and I just tell you guys, I obviously won't be saying slurs.
Why don't you
but
just say the word? You've said it before.
They do the same. They'll if there's a woman up or whatever, and some woman will send me, and they'll say, "Tell this B," and I'm like, I cannot say that. I absolutely cannot say that word. I get it.
But anyways, Anthony, I do appreciate you. And
Shut
you
up,
know.
Dean said that word a bunch.
Shut up, dweeb.
Santana, you look like a
Damn,
dweeb.
set him down. Hey, thank you so much for the $100 there, Anthony. I appreciate it.
You need to go on a run
Show
or
some love to
something,
Anthony.
Santana.
Run these nuts across your forehead.
I don't think you could, dude. I don't think you're obviously not built for that.
Come find out.
You built like you built like literally a marshmallow, bro. You soft as heck.
Hey,
like,
they call me Chocolate Thunder for a reason.
Dude, they do not.
Boom.
They call you s'mores, bro.
Boom.
You soft, bro. You dark on the outside but soft on the inside, bro.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like you've been fantasizing about me. It's okay.
I don't know
You
about
can do it.
fantasizing. I mean, you guys were talking about a camping trip and talking about going camping together. I don't know what the heck all that was about.
Again, you
And
were
then Dean was talking
fantasizing.
about rock climbing and all kinds of stuff. But his fragile little painted fingernails can't handle that.
Oh my gosh!
He never
Just
touched no
the
rock.
stories that you make up in your head. It's weird. Seek therapy.
Dean actually had like, what was it, a coach
What the
bag
fuck
with
is
$1 million.
going on?
I just got off my plane, a
Guess
private
today.
plane with $1
They're
million.
all so weird all the time. Like they're
Look at
all
the
weird.
E-Rich lifestyle.
Bro,
Hey,
you're
you know
trying
what's,
to be Andrew Tate so hard.
You know what's really soft?
Oh man, go
Can I
ahead,
tell
dude.
you?
What's
Can I
that?
tell you? Can I tell you what's really soft?
What's that, dude? Tell me.
Hold up. Let me make sure that this. No, that one doesn't work.
Hey,
No, that doesn't work. Here's what's really soft, brother.
is that the Alabama ruling?
No, your fucking jawline, dude. What the fuck is that? Oh, you're so.
I was running with my dog.
Oh, Santana. Oh, Santana. Turn your fucking camera on. No, listen.
running
If you're
with my dog.
if you're gonna talk shit from the sidelines, okay, just make sure that you do it with your camera on. It's only
My
fair. Right?
jawline. You're sitting here
let's not
talking about
forget
my
that your
jawline?
face looks like a thumb.
My face.
Like,
Okay,
it-
that's cool.
it looks like a
bro.
fucking
That's
thumb.
cool. Like that don't hurt
Like,
me.
what are we doing?
That don't hurt me.
Right, but
you-
it's
bro,
but it's only fair, right? That like if you talk shit about
Santana's-
like Santana, like that he could talk shit about you, right? It's only
I
fair.
don't care. I
Okay,
don't
so-
care.
so turn your camera on.
Because I'm not. Because if you look at like my
So
build,
turn your
I'm
so
not
turn your
built
camera
like
on.
Santana.
So
I'm
then
Oh
turn-
yeah, you're definitely
so
not
that-
built like me because you're a coward.
Yes, then turn your camera on.
That's the difference between you and I.
I'm a
Hey,
coward.
hey,
That's funny,
hey,
Cat Santana.
Turn your camera on then.
I'm good, Dean.
Why?
Because I already know what you're trying to do. You're trying to sit here and put me on some kind of like.
No,
oh,
I'm
let's
just
get
simply
this
saying.
dude- Let's
what- here,
get
I'll tell you what I'm trying to do. Santana joined my live with his camera on. You took that as an opportunity to attempt and fail to make fun of the way you think Santana looks.
Oh, it's not
because
the way
his
I.
camera is on.
Once
So
again,
here's my thing, okay?
that
If
mute
you're
button's
going
heavy.
to talk shit about the way that somebody else looks, you have to do it while you're showing us the way that you look.
Okay, Dean. Once again,
If you get to talk shit about him, we get to talk shit about you.
you just told me.
Also, I'm cute as hell. Like I don't know. You can try to actually take shots at me, but listen, my wife thinks I'm handsome, and my mom does as well. So as long as my mom and wife thinks that I'm handsome, I don't really give a fuck about what you have to say, Rando. You look like a thumb. You literally look like
Okay.
a thumb. I don't give a fuck
Are
about what you have to say.
done, Are you done crying, Santana? Because obviously.
No, it's literally you. Why do I have to turn my camera on? I know what you're trying to do. No, I'm not going to turn my camera on. I know what you're trying to do. Coward. Fucking
Yeah.
coward.
That's why you guys have the mute button.
The only person who's crying here is the man making fun of somebody else's appearance on the internet,
How much?
hiding behind an AI
literally
profile
muted.
picture, refusing to turn their camera on. If you want to stop crying, turn the camera on.
I'm
You can't
literally
win this.
getting muted every time I try to say something. So if you play back the tape, Dean, I literally didn't say anything until Santana started running his mouth. And then I responded about it. So, Dean, once again, you sit here and you create these
Sure,
little
what did
narratives
Santana
in your
say?
head. Roll the tape back and
What
we'll
did he
find
say?
out. Go
Just
ahead.
curious,
Roll
what
it
did he say?
back.
What did I say?
Roll it back.
We'll
What
take
did I
your
say?
Roll
we'll
it
take
back.
We're gonna take
Roll
your
it
word
back.
for it. We're just gonna
No, just roll
Yeah.
it back, Dean.
We're
roll
just
it
gonna-
back. Call me
listen.
out. If I'm wrong, call me out.
We're
roll
gonna
it back.
we're gonna take your word for it. Just
No,
tell
roll
us
it
what he
back.
said.
So
I
now
would
the
prefer
narrative
I would
is-
prefer to not waste my time and just to take your word for it. What did he say?
Now the narrative is, oh, listen, we get to sit here and roast you, but you, if you come back at us, now you're crying, and now we get to roast you even harder, but we're going to keep you on mute. Don't even let me respond. If you want to
Can you
roast,
tell
dude,
us
I'll
what
roast
Santana
both of you
said?
right now, especially old Dusty
to
Santana
be
those damn
Dusty.
pubes on his face, right? Looking like
Pubes?
somebody just
He's
rubbed
mad
their
because he
fucking
can't grow
ass
You're like
facial
a
hair.
over his
fucking
face.
thumb. You can't even grow facial hair. What are you talking
can't
about?
grow-
Oh
I
my
can't grow
God!
facial hair.
Oh, this
Fuck
is
outta
brutal.
here.
Facial hair.
Oh, this is brutal.
Dude, what is that?
Oh,
Turn on your
this
camera.
is-
What is that, bro?
Oh,
Okay,
guys,
now turn on your camera for sure.
This
Bro,
is
listen.
this is
Y'all
this is
go have
brutal.
fun
Turn
on
that
your
fucking
little.
camera on now.
Holy,
Y'all go have fun on
don't
your
leave.
little
I
camping
just
trip.
found some crazy shit. He's running
Some
because he knows.
bareback mountain camping trip.
He's gonna run because he knows what I just found. This is crazy.
What'd you just find?
Holy fucking shit! I need to show everybody
Wow, I got kicked because of your audience. Wow.
the person talking
Kick,
shit.
you're still here.
I need to show you guys the person talking shit right now. This is brutal, and of course he left. Let me show you guys.
He said, "Wait, Dean." He said I got kicked while he was still up here.
He left. That was some dumbass shit to say. All right, is this a video? No, I think it's. Is it? I think it's this one. We need to show you guys what this motherfucker looks like. Is this a video? No, that's not it. Is this a? No. Is it this one? Wait for it. Yeah, this is the motherfucker talking shit, hiding behind his fucking phone screen.
Oh fuck!
This motherfucker right here, dude. All right.
You know what's funny though, Dean?
Oh my God.
You know what's funny? This is the one time he didn't request back up. this is the one time he's not coming back.
Yeah, this is the one time he's not coming back. Hey man, listen. I understand why you take pictures with your dog. I mean, you have to have something appeasing to the eye in the camera frame, brother. Wow, that's bad. Thank you so much, Zom, for the $20. I appreciate you. I'm at the Tootsie Roll and don't see Chocolate Thunder here. Can you send this to him, please? Also, you
Listen,
rock, bro.
it's my night off. It's my night off. Listen. Tomorrow, Friday, $5 Holla Friday. Come down to the Tootsie Shop. We got discount lap dance and lemon pepper wings for everybody. Come get you something, Dean. I saw someone in the chat said White Lightning and Chocolate Thunder. I think we got a name. I think we have a name.
Holy shit. Oh my God. You know what? I'm so happy to have you here, Santana. I couldn't do it. I think I need.
It's been a hell of a day for you. I texted you and said I don't know what's going on today, but it's been fucking nuts all day. All day.
God. It's It's one of the craziest days in a while.
They're getting worse.
Oh yeah, they are. Kayla, thank you so much for the $5. I do apologize for mispronouncing your name earlier. Amanda Lean, thank you for the $5 as well. Madison, thank you for the $5. And Joseph, thank you so much for the $40 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much, man. Show some love to Joseph down below in that chat. Thank you. I did shoot you that follow on your off my second account. Check DNC Dean, and thank you for that reminder. And then over on PayPal, thank you so much, Paris, for the $20, who says, you know what's crazy is people don't realize how much the war affects people working in healthcare. Iran cyber attack striker after we attacked them, and my coworkers didn't get paid for like a month. That said, please keep doing this. Damn, I didn't even know about that. Michaela, thank you for the $5. Shelby, thank you for the $2. And Kyle, thank you so much for the $10. It says, you guys both have set the example for wisdom, information, patience, and communication tools required to pull out my friends and family out of the tar pit that MAGA is and rebuild some bridges. Keep it up. Happy Pride. And thank you for all that you do. Kyle, a gay veteran. Well, first and foremost, my friend, I really appreciate you so much for the $10. Thank you for your service. And I'm so happy that what we do is able to help pull some of your family members out of that tar pit. Jesus Christ. Dennis, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal as well. I really appreciate you. Sarah, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And with all that being said, we're all caught up. Santana, do you have anybody to catch up on?
Yeah, really quickly. Bethany, mahalo to you. You said first time donating. Thank you so much. You're way more awesome. I appreciate you. Gabriel, thank you so much for the 2. And Dylan, thank you so much for the 50. Yeah, it was sad, but you know, that's how they are. Thank you so much for all the wonderful people for donating, especially if I miss anyone. Special happy Pride month to everyone that's watching. I hope everyone enjoys the month, especially when the queer community is under attack. You guys take care of yourself. We love you. You're seen, and yeah, enjoy yourself. Dean, I appreciate you having me up. Get some rest. I'm gonna talk to my brother-in-law. I know, like, again, they're really big on camping, and he told me something. I'll check with him. I'm pretty sure he has like something that he has for sleeping, because he's big on sleeping as well. I'm sure you can find something that'll like really work out for you.
Oh yeah, I'll be on the lookout for that text, dude. Appreciate you so much for coming up, man.
I appreciate you. See you, bro.
You take care. You take care. And hey, Wyatt, I appreciate you for the $3 on PayPal. And Sadie, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat. Just some love to all the donors, folks. With all that being said, I'm fucking done with the debates for today. No ifs, ands, or ums about them. I had a donor ask me earlier how I keep myself sane. And let me tell you, I keep myself sane by drawing the line. No more MAGA for me. I am tired out. It was a wild stream. We talked to some crazy motherfuckers, and I'm off. Make sure to hit that follow button on PayPal. Make sure to hit that follow button on TikTok. Sorry, I got a notification from PayPal on my phone. Make sure to drop a sub on YouTube. It's totally free, right? And I will see you all tomorrow. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye. Dean's a grifter. What a crazy misspeak. Good night and goodbye.